top. He'll take 3 lines. He's ready to be the star.
The anticipation.
Powerful, strong, compact. Tyson gets rolled all the way.
The heart stops. Catch the sports game on Sports Attack Monday.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Of today's Sports Live right here on your premium news talk and sports radio station Today 95.1 FM. It is the marathon edition of the show where we get to take you through all that has happened and probably will be happening in the world of sports from now, the top of the hour, 1 p.m. up until 6 p.m. So we're going to be spending lots of time together today, and what we're going to be talking about is sport. It will be starting from other sports where we have the chance to talk about tennis, talk about Formula One, talk about basketball, maybe boxing, call it anything you want to call it at this point. At some point, we will definitely be talking about cricket and golf for those who love the game with the ball, the one you get to hit with the bat right here in the city of Port Harcourt. I say welcome to you once more again, and we will end things talking football. We start talking football from 3:30 p.m. and we start off with European football, and then by 4:30 we sink our teeth into everything that has got to do with football from the local scene. It's jubilation in Nigeria already since yesterday, as the Super Eagles of Nigeria dealt a huge blow to the Desert Foxes of Algeria. If you saw that game yesterday, I believe you'll be jumping to the song on the background as it has started with the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Eric Chell is cooking something, and what he's cooking is really spicy at this point. Ladies and gentlemen, the voice of the one you hear is Osasi Hiwin. You can call me the demigod in the world of sports, or better still, call me your chauffeur, because I'll be the man behind this console to direct proceedings from now up until I give the microphone to the other guys right here with me in the studio. I'm talking about the other guys in the studio. I've got two gentlemen right here with me, and together we swear on our honors we'll be giving you the best experience you can get coming from the world of sports. They will be doing their own business on the other side of the divide, giving you undiluted analysis from their wealth of knowledge in the world of sports. There is Alex Kabari as well as Ovie Wallace seated with me right here in the studio. I'll start off with Ovie Wallace. Wallace, good afternoon to you. Happy Sunday to you. Welcome to the show.
Good afternoon to you, Osas. Good afternoon to Alex, and good afternoon to our lovely listeners. Happy Sunday. It's always nice to be here as usual talking about sports on Sunday afternoon right here in the Garden City of Port Harcourt. Lots of things happening in the world of sports. We'll be gearing up for the Australian Open 2026. We already saw the close of the Brisbane with Arina Sabalenka beating Marcel Kostyuk to win her, take her third Brisbane International, and looking at this person already pulling out of the Adelaide. That's Novak Djokovic pulled out of the Adelaide. And they look at basketball, the trades that are going on. Trae Young already moving to the Washington Wizards, and people are looking at it. No pick, no nothing. being traded for someone that might not even be around for next season, and an untested player. And then there are speculations that Giannis might be moving to Los Angeles Lakers. Lots of speculations going on with that. Lots of speculations with Jan Morant as well, as the man. As Grizzlies said, they are going to test the trade market this season with him. So lots of things happening in the world of basketball, football. You also want to look at volleyball as well, look at golf and boxing as well. So when it comes to other sports, we are here to slice season and spice
of the afternoon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's coming from Ovie Wallace, the man who knows how to do his beat in the kitchen, with the words coming from him: dice, spice, slice. There is also Alex Kabari right here. I don't know if he's going to be dicing, if he's going to be slicing, if he's going to be spicing, but definitely he's going to be giving you sweet analysis coming from his own side of the divide. Good afternoon to you, Alex.
Good afternoon to you, Osas. I definitely would not be slicing and dicing. I'll leave that for the sports chef. But of course, it's another wonderful Sunday to be here. Good afternoon to you, OVA, and of course to our listeners, to all who listen, who have tuned into Today 95.1 FM for the marathon edition of Today Sports Live. And well, OVA has said it all. I cannot wait to see the Australian Open kickstart. I mean, the first round of qualifiers would have already been taking place, and we will see the Australian Open kickstart in not too long. I mean, like I always say, for the tennis lovers, if you are the ones that love to view competitive tennis, you've definitely missed them as they've been on this break. So I mean, it's exciting times to see them, and we all know where we are going to be itching. Most of the callers today will be itching to talk about some certain country that is making their people proud, but we will try and keep that on a low for now. But I know that we are all buzzing for that. I am very happy about it too. I would love to talk about them, but of course we'll get that chance to talk about them. But first of all, we have to kickstart from other things. I saw lots of interesting headlines on Formula One. It looks like Cadillac just might set the ground running with their new men at the helm, and I mean, there are lots of questions to be asked. Also, we've seen lots and lots of changes to regulations and to how the cars are set to feature when they touch the racetracks later this year. So, I mean, it promises to be a really good show, so just sit tight and be a huge part of it.
Yes, sit tight and be a huge part of it, as it promises to be a groundbreaking experience. This same way Formula One is going to be a groundbreaking experience when the season starts in March. So keep your fingers crossed, keep your eyes on it, as it will just zoom past you with the speed of light. So ladies and gentlemen, remember, you could be part of the conversation at any point in time. You could join us through the SMS and the WhatsApp portal. Is doubled at 0701 933 9962. That is 0701 933 9962. So you can start dropping your reactions as we go on the show right from the get-go. And for the phone line, we'll throw it open as we go on the show. It is 0810 9510 951. That is 0810 9510 951. Yeah, that will be the phone line to call when you want to talk to us right here in the studio. That is when we throw open the phone lines. And for our social media handles, you could see us as we are right now live on YouTube at Today 95.1, or call that Today 951 FM. Yes, on YouTube. That's go over to YouTube, search for our channel, which is at Today 951 FM, and you can join us or hook up with us as we go on right here. And on Facebook, we are at Today 95.1 FM. On Instagram, you can catch us at Today FM 951. On X, at Today FM 951. You could also go over to our website, which is www.todayfmlive.com, and listen to us audio only anyway. So go to the website, click the listen live button, and you could join us right here on the show. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got a lot to talk about today. We'll start off from the world of tennis, where the build-up continues. We'll talk a lot about everything that has happened in the world of tennis, and from tennis we'll look at basketball before we look at Formula One. We'll bring you up to speed with any other thing in the world of sports away from football that could be going on as we go into the new week. And pretty soon at 3:30 p.m. we'll switch things to look at what's happening from the world of football. So at this point, I usually say sit back, relax, and let's get the show on the road.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
But what truly makes the Australian Open so special is what I consider to be the very best fans in the world. All of us at the Gia Motors, thank you for your support year in and year out. Once again, congratulations to both of our finalists for making this year's Open such a memorable experience. Thank you.
Both players were going to have to take prize money to cut this speech short, I promise you.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the beautiful side of life, the brightest side of life. As we start off talking other sports with tennis, is the first Grand Slam of the new tennis season coming in really fast. The qualifiers will kickstart tomorrow, being the 12th of January, and the competition proper will commence on the 18th of January. It's called the Australian Open 2026. Let me just run you through how it all happened last season. That is the Australian Open 2025. It's actually the very first Grand Slam for the tennis season 2025. For the men, it was won by Yannick Sinner, and for the ladies, there was a surprise coming in from Amanda Anisimova, or Madison Keys, I beg your pardon. Yes, it was Madison Keys who surprised and shocked the favorite to win it, being Aryna Sabalenka. And this time, maybe Aryna Sabalenka would be pulling through to correct what was the error for last season. But if you look at it, yeah, last season she also won the Brisbane International. She did pretty well in Australia going into the Australian Open, and we thought that she was just going to breeze past everyone and win the Australian Open. But Madison Keys, the American, said, no, this is not how it's going to be this time. So that tells you that tennis could actually spring surprises, and the 2026 Australian Open will not be different from the others. But as it stands right now, it's going to be the tournaments that are ongoing, the fresh results coming in, as well as the entire build-up to the Australian Open 2026 that we will be looking at. Let's look at how things are shaping up right now for Elina Svitolina. If you're not sure about the name, because we have too many Elinas these days in the world of tennis. There is Elina Rybakina, there is Aryna Sabalenka, almost looking like Elina Sabalenka. There is also Elina Svitolina, the wife of another tennis great, Gal Monfils. She has shown that she could be dominant in the Australian Open this time, as she was able to take the ABS Classics. You can call it the WTA 250 that pre-runs the Australian Open. She won that one in style, as the Ukrainian star capped her comeback with a straight set victory over Wang Xinyu, 6-3, 7-6 to win the ASB Classic, marking her 19th career WTA title and first since 15 weeks break. I think she won her last title. That was in 2005. That's before winning this ASB Classic. She won her last tournament in April 20th, 2025. Yes, not 2005. Did I say 2005? 2025, actually. It was in France. She won that particular one. So here she is again, telling you that if you're looking at the name Elina Svitolina and saying that she's done and dusted, no, she's not done and dusted. She's got a lot to offer coming into the Australian Open as it stands right now. So, former world number 3, getting this ABS classic title, telling everyone that she is still in contention. Are we going to be seeing or expecting big things from her going into the Australian Open? Let me start with you, Ovie Wallace.
I think so. We should be expecting big things from her. You're looking at our recent match against Wang in I think that was the Auckland 250. She won that in 2 straight sets. And looking at how she performed last season. And although you say age is not really on her side, but you're looking at those late bloomers, she might be one of them. WTA, she's actually ranked 13, so she's still in the top 20, can spring up surprises here and there. Can still expect her to do one or two things come this season. I don't know maybe about the Australian Open, but let's take a look at last season. She played in 51 matches. She won 36 of them. Just won only one tournament, and I think that was a 250 or so match that she won. So she's in and around the corner when it comes to tennis. You're looking at people right above her, Sabalenka, Swiatek, and the rest. She could spring surprises for them. That's how it is when it comes to when it comes to women's tennis. We can see any of them springing surprises. So I believe she will be in and around the corner, ready to pounce on her chance if she's given the opportunity.
All right, that's for Elina Svitolina right there. She had a strong run, dropping only one set throughout the entire tournament. And let me just run you through how it all went through for her. She started in the round of 32, defeating Varvara Gracheva 6-3, 6-1. In the round of 16, she beat Katie Bolter. And if you know the name Katie Bolter, you know that that's not just a pushover. She beat her 7-5, 6-4, and moved into the quarterfinals, where she overcame Sona Katal with a 6-4, 6-7, 7-6 victory. That is where she dropped the only set she dropped throughout her run. In the semifinals, she defeated Eva Jovic 7-6, 6-2, and then went into the finals, where she beat 7-seeded Wang Xinyu 6-3, 7-6. So she didn't have it really smooth going through. She did play the biggest of names, so expect really, really big things coming from Elina Svitolina as the Australian Open starts. And the big one itself is the Brisbane International, as world number one Aryna Sabalenka claimed the Brisbane International title for the second straight year, her third overall at the event. Earlier on today, she got that one as the world number one dominated the final against Mata Kosiok with a straight set victory 6-4, 6-3 in about an hour 17 minutes to mark her very first trophy, or call that title winning, in the year 2026. She didn't drop a single set also as she went throughout the entire tournament, showcasing her trademark power and consistency in the Australian summer heat. Let's take a listen to Aryna Sabalenka's post-game interview after this one. She was full of thanks to everybody that had a hand in bringing her to this point where she is right now. And she had some kind words for Matija Kotsiok as she talked about getting to meet the Ukrainian as they go ahead in this particular Australian Open, and maybe other tournaments that they'll find themselves as the year continues to progress. This is Aryna Sabalenka right here on Today Sports Live.
First of all, I want to start with congratulating Marta and her team on an incredible start of the season. I wish you all the best in this season. It seems like it's going to be great tennis, and I hope that we're going to meet each other many more times in the finals to show great tennis. I want to thank all of the sponsors who make this tournament happen. ANZ, Queensland government, of course, thank you, Cameron, for taking the best care of me. Special thanks to Lindsay, who was doing everything she could to, I don't know, to do everything for us. Thank you, guys. You really treat us like, I don't know, like a queen. I don't know what to say. Thank you so much. And of course, guys, oh my God, you guys are incredible. Thank you so much for bringing such an incredible atmosphere. And I see all of the posters you're holding, and this is motivation and inspiration for me to keep pushing, keep moving forward. Thank you so much for bringing the best support.
Yes, that marks her 22nd career WTA title and solidifies her as a dominant force ahead of the Australian Open 2026. What a way to kick off 2026 season for the Belarusian star. Does this really mark Aryna Sabalenka as an unstoppable force going into the Australian Open 2026? Are we going to be seeing that blowout coming from her from the first round to the second, the third, maybe get to the fourth, and as well to the knockouts until she gets to the finals and wins this one? Is there any chances that she corrects the mistake that she had in 2025?
Yeah, Osas, I don't really want to describe Aryna Sabalenka as unstoppable. Yeah, I do know that she has had her issues over the last couple of years, particularly when it comes to crossing the finish line, and that's what makes it seem like she's a bit stoppable, particularly by even the heavyweights. She comes up against heavyweights, she puts in a good shift against them, and she's able to get a desired result, maybe a progression through to the next round and what have you. But then at the same time, she does come up against people you think she should beat or she should at least advance, and then it turns out to be a very tricky game for her. So if anything, we are seeing signs that this season she should have fixed her inconsistencies. If she fixes her inconsistencies, I think I can mention one or two who are just as good as Aryna when they step on the court. One or two who would be able to go par to par with Aryna's power, with the way Aryna loves to play her tennis. You could not name more than two in the WTA side of things who can go par to par with that lady when she's on that form. So it is only about fixing your inconsistencies. There's a reason why the ATP side is being frowned at, is because whoever Sinner and Carlos are supposed to beat, they beat them and beat them convincingly. Aryna has days where she's up against someone outside the top 50 and she's struggling. And she looks like she's really struggling. This season, we'll be looking at how she has just started, the start she has made. And she would say, yeah, I mean, I definitely should have this one. I should have this in the bag for myself, with the way I've started with the WTA 1000s, and I'll also be looking at the Australian Open and how I'm going to be able to carry this form right now into it. So yeah, she does not look unstoppable. She does not look unstoppable if it's a question of whether or not she look unstoppable. But there is no better way to kickstart your 2026. There is no better way to kickstart a year where you expect to dominate or further impose your presence, which has already been felt across the world of WTA. I mean, you just want to impose even more. It's one thing to get to finals, lose to Coco Gauff, pick up the US Open at the end of the year, get to another final, lose to Madison Keys, get to a semi-final and lose to Amanda Anisimova. I mean, it's one thing to be there, be a constant presence. So now, according to the regular word now, we like to say her bare minimum right now should be converting those final appearances. For someone as dominant as she is, she should have more titles than she does. She plays finals, and I think she has a more loose percentage than she does actually get those titles home. So she has the presence of mind to get to the finals. Okay, fine and good. But then we've seen her against heavyweights in Coco Gauff, who I think can match up to her on her good day. And then we've seen her against Madison Keys, who was having just a really good tournament. But then when you face off in the final, taking the first set away from Madison Keys, where you'd expect that, she could just go on from here to pick up the Australian Open, and then she goes on to lose the next two sets. So she has to do better. She definitely has to do better. But from what we have seen, she looks like she's ready to compete. Definitely not unstoppable, because I mentioned the one or two names who can go par to par with her no matter what happens. But she does look like she understands her inconsistency. She has fixed it, and she looks ready to compete. And I think that is the most important thing. So great way to kick off 2026. It's the best form of confidence booster. You could not ask for a better start to the year. And she'll be looking at the Australian Open right now, and she'll be saying, I can take this confidence into it, and I can go in matchups with Iga, with Amanda, with Jessica Pegula, with Coco, and I could actually go there and not just win, but win convincingly. Show that there's a reason why I'm still world number one, and I have been for about 3 years now.
All right, so that's for Arina Sabalenka right there. But I must tell you that she's not the only one that has got confidence going into the Australian Open. So many others have got that same confidence and are building confidence. We talked about Elina Vitolina just a while ago, winning something. And Iga Swiatek is also in the winning team there as in the United Cup. They are into the finals where she will be with her team, Poland, as they take on Switzerland in that showdown later on today. As for Poland, it was Iga Swiatek who played a very, very heavy role, though she lost to Coco Gauff in the semi-finals, but she has been really, really instrumental for Portugal going forward. So she's definitely building up something right there. And it seems like it's going to be a hot Australian Open from the female side of things. Coco Gauff not taking her foot off the gas anytime soon, also going into the Australian Open. So we've got a lot, even the younger ones, the names there coming in. We're seeing Victoria Mboko also doing great things there. She was there for Canada in that United Cup, and you're saying this time it's going to be a huge competition right there at the Australian Open. By the way, we're joined in the studio by Henry Ogugwo. Henry, welcome to the show. Good afternoon to you. Happy Sunday to you. And how do you feel as a Super Eagles supporter?
Good afternoon to you, Osas. Good afternoon to OVA, to Alex, and to our lovely listener out there.
Before you go ahead, let me just remind you that Patrice Lumumba lives on.
Yeah, he lives on.
But no, he was put down the last time, but he's up again.
But coming to that, I know I was on the other side, so I couldn't give my own. I feel great, actually. I feel great. I was watching the Super Eagles yesterday. I was like, wait, this is Nigeria.
No, it's not Spain. It's not Spain.
Wait, I was like, this is Nigeria. No, we're not playing Mozambique. We're not playing Mozambique. We're not playing Uganda. We're not playing Tanzania. We're not playing Seychelles.
We're playing
Algeria.
And we're playing with Iwobinho. Sorry, Alexander Iwobinho. Iwobinho in that mix. And we've got what name do we give to?
It would have either been Iwobinho or just Alex.
We can give Bassi Sergio Bassi.
In that match yesterday, Zidane was not watching his son. He was watching
his Photoshop of Iwobi in this AFCON. They put the whole this with his dress and they now Photoshop the face of Zidane on the. Well, like I said, he has been my best player for me in the Super Eagles team throughout the competition. Now, some people might want to say, but what about these guys and their goals, Lookman and Osimhen? But I mean, Iwobi.
I was so surprised yesterday.
The most line-breaking passes in this AFCON
has been given by 47. And he's not stopping. I saw him yesterday. There was once he got the ball on the drive and he was saying, "Where Unade?" He was saying, "I'm looking for somebody to give the passes to."
Just very quickly, the most admirable thing about it? He was criticized for doing this same thing at the last AFCON. I was saying the only Super Eagles player who looks like he wants to advance the ball forward was Iwobi. But if you go online, the only thing you were saying is drop Iwobi. That's all you were seeing online. So, I mean, this is his redemption. He's just the kind of player that, this pass failed, I will try again. And that's the best quality any footballer can have, because you will never have a 100% pass accuracy success. But the ability to lose a pass and still try that pass again is what distinguishes you from the rest.
He will be even losing passes in this anytime he gets on the ball.
See, I've never been one of those to criticize him. I've always feel he's probably the best creative link we have in the team. People might come out to criticize him, but that's the thing. You also have to blame a lot of factors. The only time we saw he would be play well in the colours of the national team before now was under Genotro. Although he was still a young guy then, so they were inconsistent performances. But when Iwobi was on fire, he was on fire under Genotro. When he played well under Genotro, he played very well. But after all, we've seen a lot of inconsistencies about him. Not like I think he has been decent, but he hasn't been of the level that I would have loved. The whole calls or clamour for him to be dropped, I never understood it or the rationale behind it. But basically, it's one thing about this team now. It plays like a team because they have a coach now. Sorry, Eguavon, not a coach.
Finidi George,
not a coach. Pesero, not a coach. They finally have a coach.
All right.
And that's why it looks like it's working. I know this is not Nigerian football. We'll get to talk about
that.
Ovie is here getting ready. He'll definitely be doing justice to that also in second part. But I mean, look at that team and it finally looks like the Super Eagles are finally being coached. That's what it looks like. They are playing as a team or SARS. The coach has looked at that team and he has found a way to make it work. He's been doing like a lot of people have been going online, see they arrest this person, arrest Pesero and Finidi. Like a lot of people are like, if Shell had been the one to handle the World Cup qualifiers from the start. Yeah. Okay, let's even just say the little politics that played out after the match friendlies. If Shell, whose name was mentioned then, was actually given the job and we drew against Zimbabwe and Lesotho, it could have still been salvaged. Yeah. And we managed to get 4 points against Benin and South Africa, which I feel we would have been able to do, would have been in the World Cup. So I think the NFF dilly-dallied or played around with the fact that this team did not perform properly over the last 4 years plus. And that's the simple truth. The NFF played around and dilly-dallied with it. Administratively, we messed up. And that's why we are in the mess we find ourselves in, whereby we're not. And a lot of people asking the questions, how is this team not at the World Cup? Like, I'm looking at this Super Eagles team and I'm saying, how are they? You know when I got so confident in this team? It was that game against Uganda. It was that, I know we're coming, we're just breezing the surface. We'll talk about it. Okay, don't get worried. We'll talk about it in Zekopa. It's that game against Uganda. We literally changed about 8-9 players. Yeah. And we beat Uganda.
Everyone followed.
We beat Uganda convincingly. We beat Uganda 3-1.
We saw Ralph Onyedika coming yesterday. It looked like did you see the
start?
Did not move.
Like a lot of people are like, over the game yesterday when Onyedika came to replace the 69th minute, the Algerians tried to press him. Baba was like a Busquets in a Super Eagles jersey. It was like he was a boost. No, and he's press resistant. I know that part about him, but he did it so. And then he's suspended for the next game. But I am not worried.
You're not worried at all.
I am not worried because I know Onyedika can come in and do a job.
Put a good shift.
Morocco is a difficult opponent.
Isn't he suspended for the next
game?
Next game.
He picked a yellow card on the bench. For that whole scuffle. After avoiding it on the pitch.
And that's why Frank Onyeka was actually taken off.
He wasn't part
That's
of
why Frank Onyeka was actually taken off, because Frank Onyeka is on a yellow card. So a lot of people that were coming out to question Shell's decision, Frank Onyeka is on a yellow card. Immediately he picked up that second yellow card that was suspended. He didn't want to lose his two best midfielders or two of his key midfielders for the next game. So he sacrificed Onyeka and brought in Simon Moses, and also tactical change for, Petkovic brought in Bobina El Haj Musa. So he abandoned the central areas and was just going out wide. So Simon Moses pushed Lookman to the other flank to sort of offer cover outside for the fullbacks. But basically, he didn't want Onyeka to get suspended from
Henry, if you could remember when I did say one key thing that was going to help us was the fact that after your players, your main starting 11, after they are done, you also need your bench to be able to contribute. That point Henry made about Uganda was everything. The minute you see your bench, Onachu looks like he's firing. Chukwueze delivered 2 assists that game. Everybody was on form. Everybody played well. You just know that, okay, it has gone beyond your first XI. Because when there are injuries, when you can't call upon them and you have to rely on your bench, can they replicate that same performance? And they did just that. So,
Let's leave it for the Nigerian football side of things, because right now I think the guys are already fired up talking about the Super Eagles of Nigeria. So that's just a tip of the iceberg and an eye opener to what you're going to be seeing from 4:30 when we switch things to talk Nigerian football. So keep a date with us even from now up until 4:30 when we switch things, and you have the chance to air your thoughts and celebrate with the Super Eagles of Nigeria. We've not seen the Super Eagles play this well for a very long time, but here we are right now in this generation, alive to see the Super Eagles return back to winning ways and return back to optimum performance, and we just cannot stop but celebrate as it is right now. But back to tennis, we're still looking at what's happening in tennis. The ladies are gearing up, but the guys also are gearing up. For the guys, Carlos Alcaraz emerged victorious in his highly anticipated exhibition clash against world number 2 Yannick Sinner yesterday, and that was a beautiful one. The match held at the Inspire Arena in Incheon in Seoul, right there in South Korea, kicked off the 2026 tennis season in grand style for both players. Alcaraz defeated Sinner 7-5, 7-6 in straight sets, but you can see it from the score, 7-5, 7-6, meaning 2026 is going to be a year for these both to struggle and continue struggle. There's no time they come up and you see an outright blowout. I want to see 6-love.
You're not going to see Aniga versus Anisimova in any game these two guys are going to play. most games, let's say 70 or 65% will probably go down to 5 setters.
I want to see 6 love. That's just what I want. I
want
to see.
We saw 6-3 in an ATP 1000 last season.
That was I think that was in
and Cena retired in the third set.
Yes,
because of the heat conditions. So unless one is sick, unless one has an injury, you would always see a competitive match between both of them.
Even an exhibition match, they want to go at their jugglers, kill themselves.
It's just their personality, and I think it's what has rubbed off and is what is making them stand out amongst all the other guys in the ATP. You see Zverev, when Zverev gets to the final, Grand Slam final, that's when he begins to capitulate. It's like the Sabalenka in shorts. Sorry to put it like that, but that's probably the truth. No, not trying to be demeaning or what, but just like Zverev loses it. Remember that was the Wimbledon final against Alcaraz. That was 2 seasons back. This man was just a set away from winning Alcaraz. And what did he do? He threw it away.
Yeah.
He threw it away.
That's Alexander Zverev. Then he will not complain. He will complain at the end.
You're even talking about him shouting that is a complainant. Shouting will always complain. He will always complain. Taylor Fritz is showing like he has it, but Fritz, I can bet my money if Fritz, first round, second round, third round, fourth round, then is the quarterfinals, right? Semi-final. I can bet my money if Fritz reaches the finals, he will literally drop sets in every game. You're sure he will win.
Okay.
But you can put your money
that he will drop
on the fact that Fritz will drop a set.
But looking at the top 10 that we have right now going into the Australian Open, apart from Yannick Sinner and Carlos Alcaraz, who do you think can give them a run for their money?
Nobody.
Novak Djokovic is
nobody.
Even if Felix, the closest.
Because I don't think anybody.
Felix gave
Ojegini.
He gave last season, towards the end of last season, where was that? He gave Yannick Sinner a run before the ATP final.
I think a run for your money is sort of not supposed to be in that statement. If I could put it that way,
could try
a run for your money. Exactly. I want to say who will be the closest, or let's say an injury happens to Sinner.
Like what we saw.
I think
that was the. Was that Sinner the Dimitrov one that Dimitrov had to retire?
But Sinner
was injured also.
Sinner was injured prior to the match
because we were looking at a smooth run and picking only these two. But Dimitrov surprised everyone.
I just.
Sinner had was he an elbow injury?
Yeah, an elbow sprain.
Was an elbow injury just before that game, and he was struggling with that injury. He was even about to retire, but he just said let him try and see if he could still continue with that match. And luckily, Dimitrov was that the one that retired. How fate tends to turn its way around, and he went on to win. That was Wimbledon that happened, right? He went on to win it. Now, what I'm trying to say is that you're looking at these guys, and you're like, who comes close? You mentioned Felix Auger-Aliassime. If he plays any of these guys, they will beat him 15 out of 10 times.
Yeah, they played at the ATP World Tour Finals, and that was last year in November, and it ended 7-5. Though 6-1 in the second set, but 7-5.
No. When they change him for him, how did it end? When they change him for him, how did it end? How did it end? When you're even calling names, I don't see Felix Auger-Aliassime as one of those. No. I'm looking at that's what I'm saying. If there is anybody, I feel, or there are two people I feel that can actually go up to those two. If one can just keep his head down, Ben Shelton. If Shelton can keep his head down, Shelton plays with the same level of intensity those two guys play with, and Taylor Fritz. Those are the two guys that could. But Fritz tends to go on and off in games.
Yeah.
That's Fritz. He tends to go on and off in games. That's my problem with Taylor Fritz.
Jack Draper is not in your mix.
Dre Watt. Probably by the end of the season or by middle of next season or next year, Draper will be.
He's world number 10 now.
He's out of. He will not still around the top 10.
He will not be in the top 20 probably.
The injuries did him dirty
towards the end of the season.
But even before that, he was unimpressive.
He was just there. He had a good season. Okay? Don't get me wrong. He had a good season. Last season was actually 2025. Was actually good for Draper.
The early part of the season. The early part of the season.
Compared to what I used to see from Draper, he had a good season.
No, you want him to do. He was world number 4, his best ever ranking as of the start of last season, which is what you're insinuating. But when we come to the grandest stage of them all, how did he perform?
He reached the Grand Slam.
That was the semis.
That was the Australian Open.
Open.
After that, he got knocked out in the first round.
He reached the quarterfinal.
I think that was Marin Cilic.
I think before the French Open,
he got knocked out in the first round of the French Open.
Yeah, but before the French Open, he had some good runs in
Wimbledon, he reached the quarterfinals, did he not?
Jack did not reach the quarterfinals of Wimbledon last season. I think he even pulled out of Wimbledon. He was supposed to play in Wimbledon. He played just one match and then he pulled out of it.
I think my mind is going to an ATP 1000 or
yes,
he did very well in the ATP 1000.
But I mean Grand Slam tournaments. Draper did not write. It was nothing to write.
It was nothing to write home about actually. Yeah. Barring the Australian Open, I do. So look, when you're looking at these guys, you're like, who comes close? Novak is. If Novak was like 8 years younger, I'll say yes. But even 3 years younger, I would say yes. But Novak could be 39 this year.
Yeah.
He'll be 39
this year. Guys, let me just run you through. In the Australian Open, Jack Draper left in the third round.
Yeah.
In the Qatar Open, he got to the finals and lost to...
Let's leave the ATP...
but some of them are ATP 1000s.
Yeah. Definitely, that's where he racked up. Like, how's very racked up his points.
In Indian Wells, he won the Indian Wells.
Yeah, we know that. I remember that one very
Yeah,
clearly.
in Miami, he got to the round of 64. Lost to Jakob Menchik. Monte Carlo, he got to the round. He left in the round of 16. In Madrid Open, he got to the finals, lost to Kaspar Ruud. In the Italian Open, he got to the quarterfinals, lost to Carlos Alcaraz. These are all ATP 1000s. And in the French Open, it was the fourth round he left in. And HSBC Championship, he got to the semis. In Wimbledon, he got to the second round. In the US Open, he left off in the semifinals.
Yeah.
In the men's singles, he left off in the second round, not the semifinals. There, so
he didn't go past the third round of any Grand Slam.
No, he didn't. So not really an impressive one for Jack Draper.
That's what I say. Draper will probably let me say below the top 20 might be exaggerating it, but he'll probably end up dropping out of the top 10 very soon in the next 18 months.
Okay.
Because I feel Lorenzo Musetti is a better player.
Okay.
Flavio Cobolli is a better player.
Yeah.
I think Fritz and Alessim are better players. I think Francis Tiafoe is a better player.
Okay.
Ben.
Lorenzo Musetti. Okay, you called Musetti.
I've called Musetti. I've called Cobolli. I've called Fritz and Ben Shelton. I called what's his name now? It was the last
You
name.
have to include Novak, Alex de Minaur.
Alex de Minaur.
And like. Even I think Gregor Dimitrov is a better player than he is.
I think he is when he's fit.
Yeah, I think he is. So I don't know for Draper. No, Draper cannot come. And even when I'm mentioning these guys, I'm like, who comes close to Carlos and Yannick? Just nobody.
Very difficult. Very difficult to find. A very big question there. Who comes close to Carlos Alcaraz and Yannick Sinner? So the result of the exhibition between these two heavyweights in the world of tennis has. Though it doesn't have anything to do with their head-to-head record, but their head-to-head record is 10-6 with Carlos Alcaraz leading the way, and both of them would have 2026 either to balance this or for one person to surpass. But so let me. I
think at least 2 Grand Slam finals between both of them. At least.
You mean both of them sharing 2?
No, at least they will play in 2 Grand Slam finals this year.
If not all the Grand Slam finals.
No, I'm just factoring. I'm just putting in a lot of other factors. Injuries could set in.
Right.
Maybe we could see someone have a super year. I'm just thinking maybe one of those things you're scratching your head and you just can't explain that it happened. That's what I'm thinking of. They were close, or 1 or 2 close calls last season. After all, Alcaraz didn't make the Australian Open final. He didn't play in the Australian Open final. It was Sinner and Zverev that played in that final. So you could then, if Zverev can step up his game in the final, maybe he could get one over one of them. So that's one of the factors I'm looking at. But I think at least 2 Grand Slam finals will be between both of them will play each other.
All right. Okay, guys, both players did come to Australia. They're in Australia right now getting ready for the Australian Open, and they came together in one plane. Both players, talking about Carlos Alcaraz and Yannick Sinner, as well as their teams. And both when they dropped were interviewed, and they had this to say concerning the Sin Cara's pairing, because these days we are hearing that both might not be on different sides of the court, but maybe might be together, and the togetherness is growing, and most likely we could see both of them do the doubles this year, maybe on an exhibition level, or maybe go competitive in the doubles this time. But the Sin Caras, here they are on today's Sports Live.
It's always a pleasure, it's where the season started. I'm really excited about it, so I really needed some more places already, so it's cool to be back here.
Yeah, it's great. We both are sleeping quite a lot, so we haven't chat so much, but it's great, to have both teams, in the same plane, and it was good.
All right, starting the year in a very good note as friends. I don't know if this will turn into rivalry again, but it's good to see these two start the way they have both started right now. So, but we would be going ahead. We'll look at how ready. We'll preview what we've had already, and we'll preview what we'll be having in the Australian Open going ahead. So, guys, the Australian Open tomorrow starts the qualifiers, and on the 18th, on the 15th actually, we'll have the final draws, and on the 18th, hostilities will begin right there at the Australian Open. So let's look at the men's singles. It's going to be the Sin Cara's domination again. Yannick Sinner, Carlos Alcaraz. We also have Novak Djokovic and his legacy. He did pull out of the Adelaide in Australia already, and he's definitely preparing for what he's going to be seeing right there at the Australian Open. We've talked a bit about who could step in to join, but the projected top seed, we're seeing Carlos Alcaraz, we're seeing Yannick Sinner, there is Alexander Zverev, he must be there, and there is Novak Djokovic, 10-time champion, seeded safely, hoping that maybe he could do one this time to let his body rest. 25 Grand Slams, and he gets to take that rest. But outrightly, the bet or betting favorites, if I want to use that, or let's say the one who everyone will have their money on, is definitely going to be Yannick Sinner. He has got a stronghold on the hard court going into the Australian Open. He has won it. This should be the second time he has won it. So he might be looking at making it 3. Is it second on the bounce? Yes. Yeah. So this one, if he gets it, is going to be a third peat for him. So he'll be doing a 3-peat right there. Carlos Alcaraz has not won it before. That's talking about the Australian Open. He has the chance, and maybe will be motivated with the fact that let me try and make sure I win the Australian Open once. So everybody has got something in it. Novak Djokovic, I want one. This is my strongest of holds. So if I get one, I get 25. I could now retire in peace and with happiness if I want to retire. Alexander Zverev also has a chance of proving a point for himself. Oga, I've not had Grand Slam titles for, call that 2 seasons or 3 running. Let me find a way to see if I can get a Grand Slam title in this particular Australian Open. So much for the men in this Australian Open. But what are you seeing? What are your projections going forward when the Australian Open starts?
Oh, well, I definitely see the big hitters still coming out on top. There has been every indication from Sin Caras, as we like to put it, that they intend to remain at the top of things, and they intend to remain at the top of standings when it comes to the ATP World. They still intend to dominate everything this year. They have not let off. And I was talking about it, how the break has done them good. There's been not much competitive tennis since the US Open rounded off in late September. And there's been, some good 3-4 months. You'd expect everybody to come back fit, sharp, and ready. And if we are to go by what we saw towards the ending of last season, which is I would like to put it as an almost exhausted Yannick Sinner and Carlos Alcaraz, and how they started dealing with injuries towards the end of the season, how they were playing much tougher games than they usually did. You mentioned Sinner's game against Felix Auger-Aliassime and how difficult it is, and we know that on another day he wins that almost easily. And I would also throw us back, as always, to the game against Ben Shelton, where he picked up an injury, played Ben Shelton, beat him in straight sets. That is an average Sinner performance, whether he's good or not, whether he's fit or not. That is what you can definitely expect from Yannick Sinner on his day. So going into this one with that same pattern as most of last season has been, and of course you spoke about Sinner being very familiar with this trophy, won it back to back, has 2 already. He'll be looking to make it 3, and Carlos yet to win it. I mean, this is the only thing left for him to compete, to complete his set of trophies, as he has every other one. So it's all in the stakes for him, and you can't really see past them. Which is why we were having a bit of a scoff in here when you had to say who was the closest or who was the next, and you can't really look past Sin Caras, because there has to be an indication from someone else to show that they are ready to compete. It's the same thing I always say about trophies, or when it comes down to teams playing, particularly in other sports. If we are talking basketball, let's say the NBA, for example, I'll tell you, if you don't see the Oklahoma City Thunder winning a back-to-back championship, who do you see winning it? If we went down to the Premier League and I said, if you don't see Arsenal winning the Premier League, who do you see winning it? That's always the question. In a scenario where Sinner and Alcaraz does not win it, who can you visually, mentally picture picking up the Australian Open? It's a really difficult question to answer, Osas. It's hard. It's hard to pinpoint an exact candidate that you can throw your weight or your support behind and say that they are going to be able to cause rifts or something. It does not look well for the rest of the ATP, and you can understand why most people tend to refer to it as a boring challenger or a boring men's side of things. But it is just the dominance of these two, and we saw the dominance of 3 earlier on. We saw the dominance of 3 earlier on that have gone on to retire, that have gone on to leave the game, and still their imprint is felt. And it's the same thing that Sinner and Alcaraz are up to. So you really cannot look past them. I'm really, really trying to assess, picture one more person, just one, and I can't see it.
All right, one more person from the men's side of things, and we can't see it, but we'll definitely have competition for Carlos Alcaraz and Yannick Sinner. Let the Australian Open come, and we might be seeing the rise of certain unvisualized players in this particular one. By the way, we have Nelson Odia right here with us in the studio. Nelson, welcome. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon to you, Osas. It's another beautiful Sunday marathon show once again. We saw what the Super Eagles of Nigeria begin to us.
Don't take us to the Super Eagles again. Don't take us. We have the Super Eagles to talk. We have the Super Eagles to talk from 4:30.
So it's nice to be here, Osas. I mean, you're talking about the Australian Open and Yannick Sinner and Carlos Alcaraz. I think those two are just the new face of tennis right now in the world. So I think we're going to see if anybody can match to their standard. But right now, I don't think anybody can meet up to that standard. So just stick and enjoy the show with us.
All right, stick around as the show continues to unfold. Great and mighty things, very interesting talking points as we go ahead. We're still looking at what's we're expecting in the Australian Open, the preview for the Australian Open. For the ladies, defending champions Madison Keys will also be seeded, maybe the 7th to the 10th seed for that particular one. She would face a stacked, unprecedented and unpredictable field. She would face a lot coming from the likes of world number 1, Aryna Sabalenka. We also have the likes of Iga Swiatek doing pretty well. Coco Gauff doing well there. There's also Amanda Anisimova, Elena Rybakina. All of these legs or hands would be very, very much on ground to make sure that they give her a run for their money. For Aryna Sabalenka, she's a powerhouse on the hard court. We know that. She will be seeking redemption as she lost off in 2025. We all expected her to win that one. For Iga Swiatek, she's going to be targeting a first Grand Slam on the Australian Open scene if she's able to hold this one. Last season, she was inspired by that victory at Wimbledon. There, she held that one, and maybe she would thrive on that rhythm as she comes in. For Coco Gauff, rising star, still doing much. She had that recent win over Iga Swiatek in the United Cup, and for last season, she was able to defeat Aryna Sabalenka in the Australian, call that the French Open, and she could come into this one and maybe get something from the Australian Open. One thing with Coco Gauff, when you don't expect too much from her, she'll just surprise you and make you understand that I am here. We also have the likes of Elena Rybakina. She's been under the cards since, doing great things, and maybe this time she could punch above her weight and get one. Jessica Pegula is also in that mix. Naomi Osaka had a brilliant end to last season. She could also have a brilliant beginning to this season. There is also young talent and emerging talents like Victoria Mboko for Canada. All of these ladies would be doing it or trying to push their weight coming into this particular one. Ovia Wallace, are you seeing anything different for the ladies?
I don't know if anything different. You're looking at how the WTA is looking at how competitive it is, and for me, it might be something different. We might see, as you know, last one it was who won it? It was not one of the
Madison Keys. Madison Keys, yes.
Yeah, Madison Keys that won it, and not a name that you see every time. And you're looking at the tour last season, just two names. That was Coco Gauff and Aryna Sabalenka that actually claimed the Grand Slams. So coming into the Australian Open, I think the name you're still going to be looking at is going to be Aryna Sabalenka, then Iga Swiatek. Maybe you might see a big battle from both of them. There's Svitolina there as well. There's Keys as well. Pauline is there as well. So it could turn out anyhow. Naomi Osaka too, her resurgence too, she's doing fine in her comeback. So anything could happen during this Australian Open.
Right.
It's not as we've seen the ATP that we're already looking at the finals. As long as those other two guys are in different brackets, we're looking at the finals. But I think this one, if we see we see something like Keys, Aryna Sabalenka in the semi-finals, yes, you're looking at Sabalenka might win that match, but Keys can turn up a surprise. You see Coco Gauff and maybe someone outside the top 10, outside the top 20 can turn upside down. Not really much dominance there. So I think maybe I'm expecting surprises, but I don't really want to see surprises. But it comes with the Australian Open. It just comes with it.
All right, surprises definitely will come with the Australian Open, just like this particular one here. Legend Rod Laver has noted that Carlos Alcaraz thrives in heat. And he's looking at the conditions that the Australian Open might be having. So the more the heat, maybe Carlos Alcaraz will have the upper hand. And he says Carlos has got the advantage if the conditions get scorching. So Carlos Alcaraz will be praying right now that let the heat rise right there in Australia. As the heat continues to rise, he would continue to thrive at this point. So that's from Rod Laver. That's tennis great there, saying that Carlos Alcaraz will have the advantage in the Australian Open if the heat continues to rise. But guys, before we leave talking tennis, let's look at something here. We've got wild cards. There is Stan Wawrinka coming in via the wild card, 2014 champion. He's going to be in the Australian Open using the wild cards. We also have Ozzets, that's an Australian, Jordan Thompson and Chris O'Connell. They will also be coming in via the wild card. For the ladies, we have Venus Williams, 45-year-old, first Australian Open since 2021. She'll be coming in through the wild card. Henry, are we going to be seeing anything from these wildcard players coming into the Australian Open? I don't know.
Wawrinka is 40.
Yes,
so Venus is 45.
I'm trying to pick the last time somebody who came in as a that was not wildcard. That was Barbara Krishikova. Was that Barbara Krishikova?
Yeah. She was unseeded in Wimbledon.
She was unseeded in Wimbledon.
That
and
was
she went on to
2022
or 23 or thereabout.
Yeah.
Was it Barbara Krishikova or the person that won before Barbara Krishikova? What's the name
I think
again?
Barbara Krishikova. I think it's Vondrousova.
Marketa Vondrousova. Yeah, she came in as a qualifier, unseeded as a qualifier. Yeah, 2023, and she went on to win it. Are we going to see a wild card coming and Maybe
See
Stan
the
Wawrinka.
worker. See the worker. How old was for Drochova? She was about 21 then, 22. This one, 40 or 45. What did they want to do? Like, what are you expecting them to do?
No, but would you be surprised to see Stan Wawrinka go on to win the Australian Open at the expense of
I will
Carlos
be
Alcaraz?
utterly surprised.
Or maybe Venus Williams.
I'll be baffled.
Or Venus Williams goes on to win the Australian Open
Also,
at the
I'll take
expense
an ice bath if they do it.
So, ladies and gentlemen, you can share your thoughts with us right now via the SMS and the WhatsApp portal. As regards tennis, we are talking about tennis. What are you expecting to see in the Australian Open come from the 18th of January 2026 as the Australian Open 2026 will kickstart in grand style? What are your expectations? Who do you want to see in the finals for the men, and who would you want to see in the finals for the women? Do you think it's going to be outright dominance from the likes of Yannick Sinner for the men and Arina Sabalenka for the women? You can share your thoughts with us. The SMS and the WhatsApp portal is open right now. 0701-933-9962. That's the number to send your messages to. For the phone line, you can call in. The phone line is open right now. 0810-951-0951. Yes, 0810-951-0951. Call in and let us know your thoughts. What do you think about the Australian Open? Who do you see making it to the finals? How do you see the setup? Who do you see making it to, okay, let's say the semi-finals? Who are your top four for the semi-finals for the men and your top four for the semi-finals for the women? You can share your thoughts with us. 0810-951-0951. That's the number to call to talk to us right here in the studio. For the SMS and the WhatsApp portal, it is 0701-933-9962. Share your thoughts with us. Let's know what you feel, what you think. The tennis lovers out there, what are your thoughts for the forthcoming Australian Open 2026? Arina Sabalenka, is she your favorite? Is she going to be the dominating factor? Or do you think that just like last season, somebody will come up to that finals and beat her? Do you think the same thing will happen in this particular Australian Open for the guys? Is it going to be a Yannick Sinner, Carlos Alcaraz, call that a Sin Caras finals again? Or do you think that somebody will punch into that finals and unseat one of these dominant factors in the world of male tennis? So the feedback platforms are there for you at this point to join us on the show as we move ahead to the world of basketball. All right, so talking basketball right now, it's the NBA season that's still on the card. So much happening right there. So we're going to be taking a quick hit on the season as it stands right now. The Oklahoma City Thunders with a 32-8 win-to-loss ratio. Call that 32-7 win-to-loss ratio, are seated on top or leading the Western Conference from that end. And for the Eastern Conference, it's the Pistons, the Detroit Pistons leading the Eastern Conference there with a 28-10 as it stands right now. We also have standout performances coming from the likes of Shea Gilgeous-Alexander with once hitting a 55 points in a game. That was against the Indiana Pacers in October 2025. So that's the hugest he has had in this particular season. And we had some games earlier on today where the Cleveland Cavaliers defeated the Minnesota Timberwolves 146-134. It was the Indiana Pacers who defeated the Miami Heat 123-99. Los Angeles Clippers defeated the Detroit Pistons 98-92. That's a close defensive battle in that particular one there. San Antonio Spurs defeated Boston Celtics. I don't know what's happening with the Boston Celtics in this particular season, but they were defeated by the San Antonio Spurs 100-95 in that thrilling comeback win there for the San Antonio Spurs, while the Chicago Bulls defeated Dallas Mavericks 125-107. The Bulls snapped a losing streak there. Yes, they snapped a losing streak there and were able to get a victory over the Dallas Mavericks. For the Charlotte Hornets, they defeated the Utah Jazz by 105 50, I beg your pardon, to 95. Massive blowout there by the Charlotte Hornets on the Utah Jazz. So much of great performers. Donovan Mitchell for the Clevelands putting in 28 points. Dalen Brown for Boston Celtic, even as they lost, putting in 27 points. Kawhi Leonard for the Los Angeles Clippers putting in 26 points. We also had Kobe White as well as Victor Wembanyama for the San Antonio Spurs putting in 21 points right there. And we're saying the season is taking different turns, guys. For the Eastern Conference, at some point we saw the Knicks, the Boston Celtics were out of it, but they've risen high right there. And I'm trying to look at the table right now. The Cleveland Cavaliers are going down. They were up at some points, but right now going down. And Indiana Pacers of last season, I think they played the NBA Finals. This time they are taking the NBA weight on their shoulders as they sit 15th from the Eastern Conference. Is that any much of a surprise to you guys?
Yeah. I think for both me and Alex, I think that is a very, very big surprise. It's not a surprise. Oh, Pacers.
The Pacers are bottom.
Indiana Pacers are bottom.
It's not a surprise. Sorry. It's not a surprise.
It's not a surprise.
It's not a
but
surprise.
this team was in the NBA Finals.
I was looking.
This team was in the NBA Finals.
Halliburton is out. But the reason why I won't really say...
No, if you want to look at Halliburton...
It is a shock. Halliburton is their key man. He's
Fine.
out.
See, but you should have a team.
You lose your best defensive center, Miles Turner.
Mm-hmm.
You have bench rotation players that have also been let go. They let go of Bryant. Bryant went on to that's the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Yeah.
Shepard was let go to OKC. That's the eventual champions too. So you have good rotation players that have also been let go.
Right.
Now you have to work with what you have, but I don't think it's enough. If you look at who has been their highest point scorer this season, it's Benedict Mathurin. Mathurin is not a starting five.
Okay.
With Halliburton fit, Nemhard, Pascal Siakam, Mastona, like we did see last season. Mathurin comes off the bench, but Benedict Mathurin is starting and is their main scorer.
See,
TJ McConnell has to play a secondary role. You cannot say you are very sure. I think you could say it's expected. It's the same thing you could say about the Celtics with Jason Tatum out and most of the trades.
That is why I want to bring the Celtics in, because I think it was kind of expected at first coming into this season when we saw Halliburton out, we saw Tatum out. We all knew that, yes, especially with the new takeover for the Celtics, and we all know that they were going to make some big changes. They took out Al Horford. Who else did they take out as well? Big chunk of the starters, and your best player is out. So I think we expected them to be bottom, and they started the season at that. They were bottom of the Eastern Conference. Then with the Indiana Pacers, I think it wasn't much of a surprise. But then again, you look at the Boston Celtics. Jaylen Brown has been able to carry the team on his back with people like Pritchard, with people like White, and the rest. And the man has taken them all the way to second. I think they are second or third in the Eastern Conference. They are not a team that can win the playoff, but I feel yes they can go at least to the Eastern Conference semi-finals. Jaylen Brown feels that he can take them there, and if Jason Tatum comes back to this team, I think they are going to be working. They're going to be working really, really well. We're already looking at Jaylen Brown, who has elevated the team to a higher standard, and then you're bringing your best player back. So I think that's what I kind of expected from Indiana Pacers. But I expected Pascal Siakam to be able to do that work, to be able to carry that load, to be able to step up. Yes, you want to look at as you're looking at Mathurin, looking at Neymar, you're looking at the other players. Yes, they lost their Miles Turner. They are not the only team that is bad defensively. And you're looking. It is not like Celtics. They are very, very good defensively. They've lost 2 or 3 of their best defensive players. This person is still doing the work defensively. Jaylen Brown, he's still doing the work on both courts. So I think I expected that from Pascal Siakam. He has that experience. He's an NBA. He's a former NBA champion. He's an Eastern Conference Finals MVP. If they had even won the finals, he might have been the person. He might have been given the finals MVP to. So I think I expected them to rise up. I expected Pascal Siakam to
start putting in the work, and because that's how basketball is. As much as it's a you say it is a team sport. One player can elevate the team. We saw Charlotte Hornets. They benched Lamelo Ball. I think the game was it against Miami Heat or the Bulls. The man came in 21 minutes. He played. The man scored 22 points. If they had put him in all through the match, they might have won that match. I think they lost by 2 points. They lost by 2 points. So I think I expected Pascal Siakam to get that burden on his shoulder and be able to elevate this team. Unless maybe they want to tank this season. They say, okay, yes, I can expect this from them. But I don't think I expect you to start tanking, especially after you go a season. Your previous season, you almost clinched the title. I don't think you expect to tank. You expect to build on that heading into next season. And they didn't build no trace to elevate their game. Yes, you lost your best player, but they didn't do anything to try and elevate. No players have actually stepped up. To actually say, okay, yes, I'm going to carry this team on my back. So that's why I really want to look at them and say, okay, yes, there is a fault now, or you people are at fault for wherever you are in the league right now. They are worse than the Washington Wizards, and the Washington Wizards have been very bad this season. Right. Okay, for the Western Conference, we look at the Oklahoma City Thunders. For the past 10 games, they've been able to win 6 and lost 4. It looks like we wouldn't have seen this. It looked like we wouldn't have seen this in this particular. But with so much losses coming from Oklahoma City Thunder, can they go as far as defending the title they won the last time? Yes. No. See. For me, I believe it's just a little rump, a little. We didn't see much of these losses in the last season. We see. For me, I believe teams are figuring out their the way they play their defense. I was watching an analysis yesterday on how they run their defense and how Charlotte Hornets were able to break down the defense. We all know how OKC are like the gang pressing of basketball this season. They are always on you. They are always pushing them hard. Make sure they get enough contact on you. One man on man. They don't want to, or they don't create those spaces. And we're able to see how Charlotte Hornets were able to separate themselves, give themselves open spaces to be able to run circles around them. So I think maybe people are kind of figuring out what Oklahoma City are still doing. But then again, they are still the best team in the league right now. They are still the best team in the league. And I think you just want to get into the playoffs. You get into the playoffs, and I think it's going to be a different ball game. There's nothing wrong with them losing a couple of games. They are still top of the Western Conference. I think still 2 games ahead, or 2 games behind San Antonio Spurs. So for me, they are doing extremely well for champions. Yes, people want to look at them and look at the Golden State Warriors that had that run then, but I don't think you want to compare those 2 teams. So Oklahoma are actually doing fantastic. I don't know. So some are saying maybe they should be doing some trades this season to try and elevate their roster. No, but I think their roster is already pretty good in itself, and they already have a couple of picks next season in the top 10. So whatever they are getting, come the end of the season, is still going to elevate their team going into next season. So they are a championship caliber team, and I won't say that I'm not happy that they are losing. I'm actually happy that they are actually losing some matches. Thanks to San Antonio Spurs. Thanks to San Antonio Spurs, the Minnesota Timberwolves, and the Charlotte Hornets. I think those are the people that have given them those losses. I think the Charlotte Hornets was the biggest loss we've had. I thought the Portland Trail Blazers also inflicted, but that was one. They've beaten them back to back twice. They've beaten them back to back twice. So we're not going to talk about that. But SGA, Lou Dort, Jalen Williams, was the top person. Chet Holmgren again, Hartenstein. You're looking at that squad, a really strong lineup, a championship caliber team.
having 1 or 2 losses is not going to really derail them. Yes, let's say San Antonio Spurs do catch up. I don't see them dropping out of a playoff spot. In fact, I don't even see them dropping below second in this playoff or in this season. So there's still lots to be played. Right now they're on a 2-game winning streak, and you know how it is. They might get their foot running 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 before you know it gets on like that. It keeps on going like that. So for me, the losses that they've had, I don't think is really going to derail them. I don't think it really says much about them. Yes, maybe they are finding out, or the people are getting to know how they run their defense, because when you look at the Oklahoma City Thunder, one of the, if not the best defensive side, everyone in that team knows how to run defense, from SGA to Williams. Everyone knows how to run there. Everyone knows how to run defense. So they really pride themselves in the defense. And then you look at SGA when they give him the ball to run and all. So they are a good team on both ends of the court. So I think it's just a little slump. A little slump. It does not really say anything about their title credentials.
Okay, all right, guys, let's look at the draft this particular period as it is right now. The in-season trades window has been open for a while. It got open on the 15th of December, and most likely the trade deadline would be on February the 5th, 2026. And just some days ago, on the 7th of January, the Atlanta Hawks traded 4-time All-Star guard Trae Young to the Washington Wizards in exchange for C.J. McCollum and Corey Kispert. This marks the first major domino of the 2025-2026 trade season, signaling Atlanta's pivot away from Young as their centerpiece due to concerns over his defensive limitations and roster fitness as well. And now he has moved over to the Washington Wizards. What could this be bringing to Washington? That's Trae Young's movement. And what could his exit? Also, the incoming of McCollum, a veteran scorer who can mentor their youth, as well as Kispert, a reliable shooter. What would that be bringing into the team where he just left, talking about the Atlanta Hawks? And as I said, 2 questions in one. Young moving to Washington, what is he bringing to Washington? What is his exit from the Hawks going to do? And what will McCollum as well as Kispert be bringing to the Atlanta Hawks?
Well, it's actually a very funny scenario, Sas, because I can remember watching the Atlanta Hawks game. And while Trae Young was celebrating the Hawks win that night, Shams Kamaria had already broken the news that he was to be traded to Washington Wizards. So it was a very funny scenario. I mean, he's on the court, he's celebrating with his teammates, and he doesn't know he's already almost under contract at another club. It's a very funny. I think the only thing that comes close to that was the Nottingham Forest drama with Marianakis. According to them, Ange Postecoglou had not even left the pitch, had not even gone to the dressing room to talk to his players when he found out he had already received the sack. So it's something similar with the Trae Young scenario, where before he could get into the locker room and his teammates or probably any other informants could pull their phones out, Shams Kamaria had announced that he's now a Washington Wizards player. Well, there has been lack of defense. There has been a huge lack of defense, or Trae Young's inability to defend, because I don't want to say lack of defense. I don't think there's such a thing as lack of defense. I think if you have the will and if you want to help your team, you would always drop back to defend. Trae Young does not do that. If he does that, he does not do enough. It's very important that you as a star player understand that your team have weakness. Atlanta Hawks are weak in transition. You need an extra body. You cannot do it all alone with 5 men. You can. It's not even slightly enough to do it with 4 players all running back in a transition phase. Let's say you did not even get a board going forward, and it's just a sequence of a scoreless run. Now, in that period of time, you're just meant to grab as many offensive rebounds as you can possibly get. Now, why in that situation you're not doing that? You're not grabbing those offensive rebounds. It's not the rebounds you're grabbing are not enough to keep your team going forward, and you keep going on. I'm painting a scenario where they're still on the scoreless run. In those moments where you're trying to get those buckets, maybe you've called a timeout or two, you're coming back, trying to find momentum to get your feet back into the game, you are going to be hit on a quick transition if you play teams that are very fast on them, teams that can multiply and move numbers up the court at whatever possible speed you could think of. So when you have to deal with teams like that, you need everybody. Oh, we went forward, we did not get on the board. We were also not able to grab an offensive rebound to keep the attack play or attacking sequence going. It is simple that everybody should be racing back to protect your paint. You can understand a 3-on-1 scenario, but still, you would see people that have that zeal, they want to return almost immediately, and you just see Trae Young. Trae Young seems to be just that guy that is not there. Then in a scenario where he's not doing enough attacking wise, what is he doing on the court? At the end of the day, you're asking yourself, what exactly is he doing on the court? So the trade to Wizards, Osas, is I don't think it has any impact in terms of what it does, particularly for Trae Young. I don't think it has any impact. I think it's a place where you can go. There's no expectations given or anything at all placed on their head in terms of expectations. You don't expect much from the Washington Wizards. We expect the Atlanta Hawks to at least make the play-ins. At least. You expect them with the better acquirements that they've had to probably even make the playoffs too. I mean, if you go one or two more trades, see who you can bring into the squad that you already have, you'd expect them to say, we could go from being a playing contender to a legit playoff contenders, and we could see how we can go. But you cannot make that kind of expectations for the Washington Wizards. And that's where you're sending a player of Trae Young's caliber to. That means, it just simply means you're sending him to where he does not have any pressure, no expectations.
All right.
Washington Wizards are not a playoff team. They are not qualified to be a playoff. They've not been a playoff team in recent years. In fact, for a very long time. So you're just majorly putting him there. You're telling him, go there, play your basketball the way you do it. Nobody forces you to defend. Because it seems like you're always going to have a problem with your head coach about you coming back to defend and defend the way you're supposed to do. So go to a team where you have free reign. Go to a team where there's no expectations on playoffs that can affect how you play during the regular season. Go there, play your basketball, and just play that way. But then for us, we have expectations. We have things that we are trying to achieve during the course of the season. Things that will make our season look like a success. And you're not helping to that. So it's as simple as go. Now for the question about McCollum and Kispert, I mean, they are great additions to the team. McCollum could easily be a starter if you look at that Atlanta Hawks team, particularly when they've got a little bit of injury problems or two. But he could come in well, and collaborate properly with Dyson Daniels and the likes of Okongwu and Kristaps Porzingis too. So these guys could actually help, and it goes a long way to show you that one skill is never enough. Trae Young is a reliable scorer. He has been consistently one of the best playmakers in the NBA. I think only Nikola Jokic averages more assists last season ahead of Trae Young. There was a game where he dropped 20 assists. The next game he had about 18. Next game 17. So we know what his ability to pass around the court. We know his ability when he's going forward, his offensive ability, and the amount of passes he's able to dish out, the amount of passes or how he's able to execute them. But it is not enough. It is not enough. You could bring that to almost any sport, and I will tell you confidently that having one skill or one thing you're good at right now in modern day football, It's not in modern day sports. I meant to say it's never enough. Look at pick up any sport you want to think of. It is not enough. So you're a good scorer. You create well for the team. Does that mean we should give you a leeway when it comes to defensive attributes? When you know fully well you're playing with an Atalanta Hawks side that is not defensively astute. Look at OKC and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. They are excellent defenders. If Shai says, I don't want to go back and track anybody, he can do that and still confidently go forward and drop 40, 50 points a night. Trae Young cannot give you that. So it's not safe to say you would want to keep him on the team when things get rocky like that. So he has the free reign. Go to Wizards, play as you like. But for them, the acquirements now is just saying, we want to express our interest that we want to become a serious-minded team, a playoff kind of team. And we'll be looking to even hit the trade markets going forward and see if there could be one or two other players that the Atalanta Hawks could acquire.
All right. And for you, Ovie Wallace, is that a steal? Do you think that's a steal for the Wizards getting the man Trae Young? All right, back to you, Ovie Wallace. A steal for Wizards?
To me, I don't think it's a steal for Wizards as you're looking at. Yes, you could say a steal for Wizards, but I think I've got a lot to talk about on this. But it looks as if we're meant to go on a commercial. So when we come back, I think I'll ask if it's a hit or if it's a miss for the Wizards.
All right, I'll get back to you, Ovie Wallace, on this one. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be going out to pay some bills, and quickly we'll return back to continue from where we left off. Still looking at the trades going on in the NBA. And stick around, it's still the marathon edition of Today Sports Live right here on your premium news talk and sports radio station, Today 95.1 FM. We will be back.
Ignite the fire. Unleash the power of God for your life in 2026 at the King's Assembly with Ignite. 7 days of prayer, worship, miracles, and healing. Ministering Pastor Shola Oshumakinde, Pastor Chintok Ishako, Pastor Jeffrey Ionawa, and your host pastors, Pastor Chris and Pastor Yemisi Ugo. Music by Dunsi Oyeka, Mr. M and Revelation, GUC, and your host choir. New song. Dates Monday 12th to Sunday 18th January 2026. Time Monday to Friday by 5 p.m. and Sunday 7 a.m., 9 a.m. and 11 a.m. Venue is the King's Assembly, 58 Tombia Extension, GRA Phase 3 Port Harcourt, and number 1 Stadium Road, Port Harcourt. You can join us online at TKA Community. For more info, visit thekingsassembly.org. Don't miss this life-transforming encounter. Ignite 2026 at the King's Assembly. Be there.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
All right, well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we did go out to pay some bills right there. Remember, it's still the marathon edition of Today's Sports Live, the Sunday's edition of the show, as we are still on the matters regarding the NBA. The trades are on and would be running from now till the 5th of February. We've been looking at one huge one that has been done already, and that is the Atlanta Hawks trading four-time All-Star guard Trae Young to the Washington Wizards. And the guys in the studio have looked at that and they've said it's good riddance to bad rubbish. I don't know if that is what Alex actually said there. But yeah, we're still looking at it right here. And Ovie Wallace is still for the Wizards getting Trae Young.
For the Wizards, yeah, I might say it's a steal because they didn't really need to give much. You can say Jamie Cullum, the man is already old. He's going to be a free agent at the end of the season. So I still don't know if maybe they're still going to trade. If maybe Atlanta are still going to trade CJ McCollum and the rest. You look at the experience he brings there. The man is an elite shooter. We've seen him in his days at Portland Trail Blazers and the rest. So he's an elite shooter. Chris Brett, Young, maybe he's a good addition to the squad and the rest. But you're looking at one of the best guards in the Instagram, one of the best guards in NBA right now in Trae Young. Last season, he led the league in assists over Nikola Jokic. So as Alex said, the man drops 17, drops 20, back to back. When you see him on that court, he knows how to distribute the ball. And then you're looking at the Atlanta Hawks. The only place I beg to differ from Alex is, yes, I know he's bad defensively, but I don't think I need to start worrying about how defensively I play. Yes, I need to be good in both sides of the court, but I don't think I need to worry about my game defensively when I have Dyson Daniels. Dyson Daniels leads last season. The man was a contender for the defensive player of the year. I think this is the last game he had 4 plus steals in their last game. You have Onyeka there. You have addition of Kristaps Porzingis as well, who is a good defender in the paint as well. So I don't think I need to worry about that. I'm meant to run. I'm doing my exact job as a point guard. Run the play, run the ball, distribute the ball, and the man is doing that job perfectly well. You're looking at him moving to Washington Wizards, and there isn't really much space, or there isn't really much talent that he can work with. Because when you look at Atlanta, as Alex has said, it's a playing team. That team is always sure to make the play. They made the play the last time. I think they got knocked out by the Bucks or so. I can't remember. So they are a good playing. They're a good playing team. They've got the squad. To me, losing a full-time All-Star like Trae Young it doesn't make sense when you're not getting anything in return. I thought, okay, maybe they'll get a top pick, they'll get trades over there, because I'm trading for a star like that. I need to secure my future. And yes, we know that they've got young players in they've got an okay squad in Dyson and Kristaps there, but I think I need to secure the future, and getting a trade or getting a draft pick would have actually made sense. For me. You're looking at Washington Wizards right now. I think they still have like they still have a top 8 protected pick. I think it's with the New York Knicks. They have a top 8 protected pick against the New York Knicks. So if they get out of the top 8, if they do not get anything within the top 8, the pick will be given to New York. So they are trying to tank. We know this season they are trying to tank. So I think going into next season, that's when we'll start seeing the work that Washington Wizards will be doing with Trae Young. But I think this season is just for him to just play his game. And there were also speculations that Atlanta was just trying to just get him out of the $46 million max contract that he was meant to get now. Although yes, he's still going to get they just didn't want to just pay him that, and they wanted to free up cap room because they want to make more bigger trades this season. But the speculation is, or the rumors going around, that they want to get Anthony Davis, who is a glass.
Glass legs.
Yeah.
Glass everything.
Glass leg. Yeah. Talking about Anthony Davis, with Young out of Atlanta Hawks, the Hawks now have the financial flexibility to pursue Dallas Mavericks star Anthony Davis, just like what you said, and he's got that massive contract of $43 million plus this season, and was previously a non-starting or starter alongside Young's deal. So Davis traded to Dallas last season in a shocking deal that sent Luka Doncic to the LA Lakers. Is reportedly available as the Mavs are currently on a 22-18 run and look to retool around younger piece. So possibilities that Anthony Davis would be leaving. So if it happens, he could anchor a defense alongside Jalen Johnson and Zachary Richardson right there if he does leave to the Hawks. But for AD,
for AD moving to the Hawks, as I said, it's going to be a good team defensively. But how many games is he going to play this season? I think in the last game, the man just hurt his finger, and the way he started shouting, like, I was not looking at.
Go and hurt your own finger first. Now
he scraped. I was looking.
Go and hurt your own finger first.
He scraped his finger, and he just couldn't play. He just came back from injury. So, I think he's good defensively. He has been. I think he has been a defensive player of the year before. He's a former NBA champion as well. We saw what he's done on. We know he can do his speed on both ends of the court, dominating the paint. Yes, he's not an elite mid-range shooter or outside the arc, but when it comes to the paint, he knows how to defend the paint. He knows how to get his rebounds, and now putting him in a team that has Jalen Johnson, that has Risaka, that has Daniels, that has Kristaps Porzingis. You already mentioned those four already.
Now with his addition, could he be making them a contender for this season? NBA final contender, NBA final trophy contender?
No. I think they would just do well in managing the playoffs. It's still going to be a team that is still going to try to work and still trying to gel. Yes, being good, strong defensively, but having no offense is not really going to make sense. They don't really have that offensive power that like they will have. They don't really have people distributing the ball. I think Atlanta Hawks are second or first in assists this season, and because of this one man, Trae Young distributing the ball, and the team is good all around when it comes to passing and distributing the ball. So I think when you don't have CJ McCollum is there. So yes, they've got a shooter. That is, if they are not going to trade him again, but they've got a shooter and the rest. And who are they going to actually trade to Dallas for AD? Because we're looking at AD coming in, but who are they going to trade? Because they of course. What do Dallas need right now? Let's look at that. What do Dallas need right now? They've got what's the rookie?
Cooper.
They've got Cooper Flag. They've got Kyrie. Kyrie is still out. They've got Kyrie. They've got Clay. They needed that defensive play, and I think that's where they got AD from. So of course they're going to get something that they can use to complement that defense. They need a big man. They need a big man there. And who am I looking at? That Atlanta Hawks who can be traded there. You're looking at Kristaps Porzingis. I think that is going to be a good addition there. And we saw how Kristaps Porzingis elevated Celtics their games when he was there. We saw him in the Knicks and the rest. So I think that's a good addition. And that is going to be for Atlanta. That is them losing a vital player. Unless maybe they want to trade AD for picks. Unless they want to trade AD for just for draft picks. And I don't think they have any favorable I'll check. I don't think they have any favorable draft picks that the Dallas actually want. So you're looking, that's how basketball is straight. You have to give me something that I say, okay, I can work with this. So they have cleared cap room for getting a good defensive player to build an all-round defensive team, but they are not going to do that without losing a defensive player to the Mavericks if they want to get a defensive player to match. And the only person that comes to my mind is Kristaps Porzingis. Dyson Daniels does not really have that height, does not really have that power to really dominate inside the paint as Kristaps Porzingis has. Who else is there in that Atlanta Hawks team?
Congo maybe. He's not a defensive. He's not a defensive spearhead. Yeah.
Not really not really someone that you want to say, okay, this is our wall that we want to mount. That we want to mount there. And then again, you also have to look in now. Who is the backup if AD does get injured? Dallas are suffering from that right now. They don't really have a backup when it comes defensively. So who is the backup that you're good at? That you're going to get? That is someone like, let's say AD is of course AD always start over Kristaps. So the only time I see Atlanta winning this trade all round is if they can get AD, keep the core and still keep this core of their squad. Okay. And still build something around it. I think that's the only one time I see them winning the trade. For Washington, I think it's Washington that have won this trade because they are not really pressured.
The trade is not done and dusted yet.
It's not done and dusted. They are still more, as Alex has said, he's not pressured to try and lift them from wherever they are to playing. That is not his job. His job is just to play basketball, get the money, and then next season they have to work on, and next season they start building on next two seasons. I'm sure that's what they've guaranteed him. He does not have any stress right now. It's just his own, just to go and play good basketball. They might not even play him all games because we don't know. He starts playing too good. He starts rising up the table. I'm like, oh no, sir, we do not want this season. We are trying to play well, but don't play too well. So, for me, I believe the trade is still going on. But for this particular trade that just happened right now, for me, I believe Wizards won.
All right, still on the trades. The Memphis Grizzlies are entertaining the trade offer for Ja Morant amid ongoing injuries and off-court issues, with insiders suggesting that he may have played his last game for the Memphis. Now, no doubt, Memphis, Ja Morant has got explosive athleticism and scoring. He has been able to average 22 points per game this season despite limited games. But his injury history is one that could put a wheel in the spanner for anybody who is thinking of having him at this point in time. And he's got potential suitors in the Brooklyn Nets. For Ja Morant to the Brooklyn Nets, that would definitely be a risk worth taking, Alex.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the Brooklyn Nets are in that category. They are in that phase of I don't know why. I don't know why.
I'm laughing. The Brooklyn Nets were a team that had Kyrie, had James Harden, had KD, and they still couldn't amount in it.
No, and it is so clear right now they don't have players of that quality. Their best player, should we say Dennis Schroeder, probably. Probably their best. Who had to make a 360 last season, went from Golden State to Detroit Pistons,
what they even have,
and then back again to Brooklyn Nets. So I mean, Nets right now are not the best. I would argue Utah Jazz are performing. For me, I don't think it's records, because obviously records have a part to play, or how their season is currently going, their win-to-loss ratio. But I think when I watch Utah Jazz, they give teams a tougher time than Brooklyn Nets does.
Okay.
And maybe it might not reflect in their win-to-loss ratio, like I said, but they are definitely a tougher match. That's the Utah Jazz. So Brooklyn Nets right now are in that category, like I was saying, of the Washington Wizards. They are the kind of team I'll place under that same category. So it's not the best place for a player of Ja Morant's quality to go to. You'd look at that move and you're questioning it. You'd say, as bad as it possibly could be, why are you not going to a side that will play or compete in the play-ins? You'd be asking yourself, why are they not throwing in a hat? Why are other teams in the play-ins position? Why are they not throwing in their bid into the hat for Ja Morant? It's been reported that Bucks are set to lose Giannis probably very soon, even if it's not right now. It could be towards the start of the new season. You'd be saying, okay, you're not going to get a player of an exact Giannis description. Why don't we get someone, even if it's slightly close to that? I mean, they already have players that fits that category a little bit, talking about Ja Morant, but still his profile, his ability, you did mention too, he averages 22 points despite injuries. Despite injuries, despite limited game time. What exactly does he do to the Brooklyn or does he add to that Brooklyn Nets side to elevate them? I think he becomes one of those that is just lost in the crowd. He becomes their main man amidst a struggling team. I wanted to liken it to LaMelo Ball, but Charlotte Hornets are not even as horrible this season. They've got Con Konipu. They've got LaMelo Ball, like we said, and they've also got their main man too. His name sort of skips my memory as it stands right now, but when fit, those three are able to light up the court from anywhere. And that one is short. So I can't even liken them. I can't even liken the Charlotte Hornets to Brooklyn Nets right now as it stands. I think they are almost miles apart.
All right.
So it's a really bad move for them. That was Brandon Miller. I was trying to refer him to Brandon Miller of Charlotte Hornets. So
why you're looking at it, Osas, and you're asking, why are other teams that are going to be in contention not throwing in a hand? And Osas, I think there's a simple answer to this. Like I did say, skill is not everything. Attitude has been a huge problem for Ja Morant and his career. We've seen countless sagas. We saw his ban twice. He was warned by the federation twice. He was banned for a certain period of time. He went on a live stream and was pulling out firearms and what have you. And that has always been speculations. He's a father too. He has a daughter. So, I mean, with someone of that profile, with someone you'd expect to look at as someone with lots of responsibilities on and off the court, his attitude was a deterrent to any possible transfers that he would have had, any possible trades that he would have had to any other top-rated teams. So it has been a stumbling block because I think the Brooklyn Nets, like we said about Trae Young, you don't expect much from the Brooklyn Nets. If he goes there, he's not being put on a pedestal. Whether he's injured, whether he's fit, nobody's really looking at him. It's an instance right now where I would like to say the Portland Trail Blazers, who have been very, very good this season. On another season, in another year, the Portland Trail Blazers, you'd be looking at it and you'll say, why did Damian Lillard come here? After all, nobody expects much from the Portland Trail Blazers. But it's different this season. This season, they are actually... They just won back-to-back games versus the Houston Rockets, who look like genuinely one of the top contenders for the championship this season. And they did it impressively too, in tight games. The last one I watched, they were down by 15 towards the end of the third quarter. And they came back to win it impressively. So it's that same scenario. You're like saying, okay, we acquired Damian Lillard, but nobody expects much of us. Therefore, Damian Lillard can stay as injured as possible. It's the same thing. Bring it back to the Nets, acquiring Memphis Grizzlies player Ja Morant. If you acquire him, nobody expects much from the Brooklyn Nets. You're not even fighting for the play-ins. So stay where you are. And if you want to stay injured, stay injured. There's nothing you do to change our fate as it stands right now, because one man is not enough. So that is what they'll be thinking of. Those are the comparisons that they'll be making. And it raises my question over and over again. I think apart from his attitude, he's an excellent player. He should definitely be getting a trade to a higher ranked side. I was even going to say maybe even a Miami Heat, who have not still been able to find a Jimmy Butler replacement. He's an explosive player. He could go there. Even a Cleveland Cavaliers, who look short of ideas right now and look like they are not finding enough ways to get wins. They might play well, they might have a good night, or even possibly, because I have seen their games this season, a good 2 to 3 quarters, and then sleep in the last quarter, and that's when their loss comes about. So it's important to acquire these players, and he just asks the question. Brooklyn Nets, Osas, it's not a good fit for a player of his quality. But with everything I have listed, particularly with his attitude problems, you could understand why most teams are not, or having a bit of a second doubt about him when you have to talk about Ja Morant and going into the trade for him.
All right, still looking at some of the rumors surrounding the trade before we get to take ourselves away from NBA and go somewhere else. Denver Nuggets forward Michael Porter Jr. is reportedly a lock to be moved before February the 5th, where the trade gets closed. And for him, we've got the likes of Golden State Warriors and Sacramento Kings on the back waiting for him. For Golden State Warriors, they've been also linked with in fan proposed deals involving Jonathan Kuminga and Malik Monk at this point. And you're looking at MPJ and you're saying, where does he go? Does he go to the Warriors for spacing around Steph Curry, or would he be looking at Sacramento Kings at this point? Would that be his destination at the end of it all? We also have Giannis Antetokounmpo, as he's been generating lots of off-season buzz. And the trades are there for him also. Possibilities of joining the Heat or maybe the Los Angeles Lakers. But what is he going to be doing in the Los Angeles Lakers at this point? Their duty is just to acquire the next set of best things you have in the NBA at this point. But where would you want to see Giannis go to if the trades were going to be possible for him?
Portland.
We have the Heat. We have the Heat, and we have the LA Lakers coming for him at this point.
He can still be traded to the Portland. No, anything can happen.
Can Portland just be out of this one? I don't think Portland can afford to put him on his heavy bumper contract.
Yeah.
Do you think exactly?
No,
they already have
they will just
have through holiday.
They will go sinking.
Exactly. They will have to liquidate, and maybe their owners will file for bankruptcy. But I don't think he's definitely in contention for the Portland Trail Blazers there. But I mean, Lakers look like they need an extra inspiration this season. LeBron is not enough.
Okay.
Doncic has tried, but it's not enough.
Austin Reeves is also there.
Austin Reeves is injured right now. He has not played their last couple of games. I actually watched their last game. That was a loss against Giannis. That was a loss against Giannis and Bucks. It was a very funny scenario because I looked at the game and I was watching it through the second half. Right into the final 26 seconds of the match, it was tied at 101. And I looked at it and I was like, okay. Right before it was tied at 101, it was at 98. Bucks went forward and got a 3 on the board, and Lakers responded almost immediately. So I was looking at it with 26 seconds on the clock. They are tied and they are poised to go into overtime. I said, there's no how this game does not go into overtime. Because first of all, the Lakers had to fight back from a 13-point deficit at halftime to tie that game. I reduced it to a 2-pointer going into the last quarter, and then they tied the game with 26 seconds to go. So you're looking at it, you're saying this is an overtime game. What happens next? Right. Porter goes forward and attempts to shoot a 3. And then Luka Doncic, I don't think he got contact on him, but obviously the rules say you are meant to allow landing space for a shooter. So Luka Doncic tends to step into his landing, and it's called a foul. Now Doncic is fouled out because that was his sixth foul, and therefore he gets fouled out. So with a good 16 plus seconds on the clock, Doncic is fouled out, which I think has to be the biggest blow. It wasn't even about the 3-pointer that was attempted, because now he has 3 free throws, which he goes on to convert to and miss 1. It makes it an easier game because what are you looking at? Okay, call a quick timeout. See how you can get up the board quickly. Do not dull and try and go for a 3 shot. Go for a 2 shot, a 2 game shots that would at least tie the game and send it into overtime. They put the ball in the hands of LeBron. And LeBron James, before he takes 2 to 3 steps, has the ball knocked out of his hands. It is not enough. He's not doing enough right now. And I was just looking at it and I said the greatest or the main thing about this loss today was the fouled out to Luka Doncic, and exactly when he happened to be fouled out. Because let's say you take the game into overtime and then get fouled out, you have a good 4-5 minutes to construct how you're going to go about navigating that game without him. But for that shot, it needed to be in the hands of a controller. LeBron is not that guy again. You could look at Giannis, right? You could make a claim for Giannis, right? On the shot I was still talking about, where Porter got the foul leading to their 3 to emerge victorious over the Lakers. He had the ball in his hands and he opted for a free man to go for the 3 because obviously his 3-point accuracy is not the best. So you have to be able to look around your team and ask yourself, am I that person I can entrust when it comes to last minute shots, those minute shots? I need actions. I need to win a game. I need a shot to win or to tie or to send it into overtime. LeBron right now is not that person. Throughout the course of his career, arguably one of the best or the greatest basketballers to ever grace the court, he has definitely been that player. But right now, at 40 or is it 41, he is not really the engine force. And even right now, you look at him play, if he's not driving to the rim, he's so unreliable in and around the pockets where he pulls up and just tries to take a mid-range. He's not the same player again. He can't do those things he used to do. He can't dazzle the way he used to do when he was in his late teens, when he was in his early 20s. No, he's not the same person. So LeBron right now is not enough. Luka Doncic is having a bit of struggling. He's like putting the entire team on his back.
Lakers will have a night where they score 95 points and Luka Doncic will drop 40. In a scenario where you're shooting 40 to 50% of your team's total points, it is not enough. It is not okay.
Right.
So I mean, you have to have an extra source, which is why the move for Giannis would be a logical one for them.
All right, that's for the LA Lakers. If they can get Giannis Antetokounmpo through this trade before it goes off on the 5th of February. What do you think about the trade ongoing right now? Who would you want to see and where would you want to see them? You could share your thoughts with us via the SMS and the WhatsApp portal 0701 933 9962. That is 0701 933 9962. For the phone line, it's still open 0810 951 0951. Let's talk basketball. What are you seeing? We've got two heavyweights on top of the Western Conference. That's the Oklahoma City Thunders, and for the Eastern Conference, we've got the Pistons leading that one. How do you see it ending the season already? I think that should almost be getting close to halfway done in the season at this point, and things stand the way it is right now. So you could share your thoughts with us right now. You could talk to us concerning the trade ongoing and what are your expectations from it. Share your thoughts with us 0810 951 0951. That's for the phone line. You can call in and talk to us right now. For the SMS and the WhatsApp portal is doubled at 0701 933 9962. All right, we'll leave basketball right now and we quickly look at what's happening from the world of Formula One before we can talk a bit of boxing, and then we switch things to look at European football, and then we move down to talk football. I know you're itching to talk about the Super Eagles of Nigeria, but don't worry, hold your guns. 4:30 is going to be the time for that particular one as it stands right now. In Formula One, the 2026 Formula One season marks the dawn of an exciting new era for the sport, featuring the most significant regulatory overhaul in over a decade. Following Lando Norris's thrilling maiden world championship title in 2025, the grid expands to 11 teams. So it's not going to be 10 again. It's now called that. Was that 10 before or 8? No, 10 it was, because Kick Sauber has just turned to another one. Yeah, so it's just Cadillac that will be coming in. So it's 11 now. So we have 11 teams with the debut of American outfit Cadillac, bringing fresh competition alongside established powerhouses like McLaren, the reigning constructors champions, and Ferrari, as well as Red Bull and Mercedes. 24-race calendar kicks off down under the Australian Grand Prix in Melbourne by the 6th to the 8th, or call that on the 6th to the 8th of March, followed closely by China, and then things will wrap up in Abu Dhabi by December 4th to the 6th. So I'll just run you through the teams and the drivers that we have for the 2026 Formula One season. A lot of regulations. We have talked about the regulations before, but as we go closer to the start of the 2026 Formula One season, we'll bring back the regulations, but I just want you to know that so many things have changed. The cars are going to be smaller, they're going to be lighter. We've got the aerodynamics coming in, replacing the drag system, the DRS that we used to have before. So much of regulations, we'll be talking about it. But for now, let's look at the teams and the drivers. McLaren has got Lando Norris, the reigning world champion, and Oscar Piastri mounting the two drivers' seats for them. Reverse drivers not yet defined. That will come as we go on. Getting ready for the 2026 Formula One season. For Ferrari, they've got Charles Leclerc and Lewis Hamilton. Reverse driver used to be Zhou Guanyu, but he has left and moved over to Cadillac. So they will definitely be unveiling the reserve drivers for the coming in season. That is the Formula One 2026 season. For Red Bull Racing, they've got Max Verstappen and Ishak Hadja. These are the two drivers that will be doing the business for Red Bull Racing. And the second driver for last season, being Yuki Tsunoda, is now a reserve or third driver for Red Bull Racing. For Mercedes is George Russell and Kimi Antonelli. Reserve driver not yet defined. Aston Martins, you've got Fernando Alonso and Lance Stroll. Reserve driver, there is the likes of Jack Crawford. being the third driver for Aston Martins. He had a standout F2 season, and that was one of the reasons why he's now a significant figure in F1 testing mileage for the 2026 season. We've got Williams, where Alex Albon and Carlos Sainz would be doing the business for the reserve driver. Nothing much to talk about right now. For Haas, it's going to be Esteban Ocon and Oliver Behrman, while the reserve driver, no details yet. And Alpine would have Pierre Gasly and Franco Colapinto. The reserve driver, we've got the likes of Paul Aron, Jack Dohan, or Kush Maini. And these are the guys who would definitely have the chance of becoming the reserve driver for Alpine. And for Racing Bull, being a sister constructor to Red Bull Racing, they've got Liam Lawson and Arvid Lindblad. He's a rookie coming from, I think that's F2, right? He's coming from F2, and he's going to be a pairing for Liam Lawson for Racing Bull. Reserve driver is going to be Yuki Tsunoda, so he's either going to be third driver here, or he'll be third driver for the bigger boys, Racing Bull, where you have Max Verstappen. For Audi, former Kicksauber, they have the driver Nico Hülkenberg and Gabriel Bortoleto as 1 and 2, and reserve driver would be named pretty soon. No publicity on that one yet. He has not been publicly defined yet. And for Cadillac, coming in new, they've got veterans, or would I say the experienced hands, in Sergio Perez and Valtteri Bottas as 1 and 2. And as I said before, Zhou Guanyu, who left Ferrari, is going to be the third test driver for Cadillac going in. So you can see it's a mix of veterans in the likes of Sergio Perez and Valtteri Bottas, and rookies in the likes of Lindblad. And we also have the powerhouses, those like Lando Norris, Oscar Piastri. You've got Max Verstappen. There is George Russell also in that mix, and Lewis Hamilton could also be placed in that mix as it stands at this point. And we say this is basically what we're going to be having for the 2026 Formula One season. And the question comes, in all of these pairings, which constructor has got the best of pairings, Ovie Wallace?
I think it's going to be the McLaren drivers. I think you have just look at it. Both of them were dominant last season. They have the car. Although
above Sergio Perez and Valtteri Bottas.
No, what is Brigitte Bottas and
no. In terms of quality and experience, they stand head over heels above the other. Okay, the only ones that could compete with them now, you could say Ferrari, Lewis Hamilton, and Charles Leclerc. Because if you want to look at Max Verstappen pairing with Isaac Hadjar just came in last season. And you can't. Max Verstappen could give you, on that scale of 1 to 10, he could be punching a 9, and I can't give Isaac Hadjar a 4.
See, for me, I'm not just looking at the. If you're looking at the drivers, yes, I think experience and all they're born. In Formula One, you also go to look at the cars, you look at the constructors and the rest. And yes, you're looking at the constructors heading into next season. McLaren, of course, are the favorites heading into next season. And you look at the amount of work the two drivers have put in Lando Norris and Oscar Piastri put in last season. Those two were by far the best on the grid. Then after them, you are looking at Max Verstappen, then maybe George Russell and Charles Leclerc. But we're heading into this season with different specs, different titles, different specs, different rules and all in the new F1 season. So you're looking at what's next for them. They've got Checo Perez, they've got Valtteri Bottas, experience, but can they handle the new cars? Can they work with the new generation? We're looking at the people that have had this experience. over the last 2 seasons, they've not been able to do their best. You're looking at Fernando Alonso in Aston Martin. Yes, he has qualified Lance Stroll in almost everything, but then again, that's Lance Stroll. Lance Stroll is not a driver. You're looking at who else? That's Charles Leclerc. I'll say Lewis Hamilton being one of the oldest in the grid. The man has not been really able to work it out with that new car. And then again, you're looking at the new changes that are going to be made as well. So they might have the experience, but if the car is not fast, you won't be fast unless you know. And it's a new ball game. It's different strategies. I know you have to understand your car inside and out, because this one is not just we are going on we are on a straight now. You activate DRS now. We're in a corner now, you try and slow down. And this one now, as you said, they've changed the new aerodynamics as well. The front wings and the rear wings, they can be changed. They can be controlled now. So, and this time it's the drivers that are coming in. So we're going to see different strategies coming into play. No, everyone is playing. Everyone is on a new slate. Everyone is starting on a new slate. If it was something that yes they've already worked with, yes, they will say yes they can work. They can work and the experience can come into play. But Valtteri Bottas has just been a reserve driver for Mercedes, just testing. We will call them test drivers. Checo Perez, yes, coming off the season with Red Bull, and then getting another one with Cadillac. It's all good. But heading into next season, I think the ones I'm still looking at, I'm still going to look at the McLaren car and their drivers. Okay. As long as they can get the car, I think the drivers can do the work. And then maybe after them, I'm looking at Mercedes. Yeah, after them, I'm looking at Mercedes for the car.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen out there, who is your favorite pairing going into the 2026 Formula One season? I just reeled out the pairing of drivers that we've had or we will be having from the various constructors. 11 of them going into the season. For some of them, you know already. For some, you're going to be knowing as they start. McLaren has got the likes of Lando and Oscar Piastri, Ferrari, Charles Leclerc, Lewis Hamilton, Red Bull, Max Verstappen, Isaac Hadjar, Mercedes, George Russell, Kimi Antonelli, Aston Martins, Fernando Alonso, Lance Stroll, Williams, Alex Albon, Carlos Sainz, Haas, Esteban Ocon, Oliver Behrman, Alpine, Pierre Gasly, Franco Colapinto, Red Bulls, Liam Lawson, Arvid Lindblad, Audi, former Kick-Sauber, Nico Hülkenberg, Gabriel Motoletto, Cadillac, Sergio Perez, Valtteri Bottas. Which of them are the best pairing going into the 2026 Formula One season? Share your thoughts with us. The SMS and the WhatsApp portal is there, 0701 933 9962. For the phone line, 0810 9510 951. A lot has been talked about Cadillac. They actually have started testing for their car to be used for the season. And we're looking at Cadillac with one side of our eyes, and we are saying, okay, that was Audi. Yes, that was Audi that went testing over the week in Barcelona, testing the R26. And Cadillac have also been doing a lot behind the scene when it has to do with their engines. And they have their setup already right now. It's a whole lot talking about Cadillac. And we're looking at them and we're saying, they could be the dark horses for this incoming season.
Yeah, definitely. When you have a lineup of Valtteri Bottas, Sergio Perez, they have, the entire regulations. Like I said, that the new regulations definitely made it a more even playing ground for everyone to compete, to be able to surface. And like I said, it's about adapting. We saw what happened to a driver as experienced as Lewis Hamilton last season, or should we put it as the season that just concluded, when he had to struggle to adapt. And we can't even say he has adapted. He did not show any improvement towards the end of the season that you'd say, oh, there was a bit of him showing some consistency in regards to him beginning to adapt to the Ferrari car. You can't say that. So if you have to put that on a scenario where every driver has to adapt to the new rules, has to adapt to everything being different about how they know how to race, their cars and everything being put out on the racetrack. Now it goes just beyond your ability to race. It's now how you're going to be able to reinvent yourself, your driving or your racing pattern, and just having a great team, a great support behind you, which is why I do have to agree with Ovie when he did mention the McLaren as obviously still the top industry there on the tracks and how they tend to work together with most of their drivers. Sure, they have rifts. They have ones that are definitely going to feel very favored towards obviously their championship driver right now. But at the same time, they are doing enough of the work at the background to make sure that their cars are in excellent condition, their drivers are ready to compete at all times. You just have to give it to them. But then at the same time, in a race, in a sport where experience plays a huge or a massive role, I mean, you just have to also look at Cadillac and say they could be dark horses, like you mentioned. You'd expect them to, step in and try and cause a rift or two, or try to just shake things up and destabilize the entire track. And frankly enough, it will be very interesting to see two old heads who have been away for some time return back to the tracks and still show that yes, we are definitely here and we are capable of doing things. And I think the lineup is more exciting. It's very exciting because of the fact that, first of all, when you go into the Constructors' Championship, you need to have two stable drivers, and that is exactly what they have. Two stable and experienced drivers they are bringing to the tracks. With everything that has already been implied, there's no how you can now look at Cadillac, look at what they are building and say, oh, this is definitely not a side that could probably or potentially be a dark horse going into next season. I definitely think they are. I think that there's going to be a shift or a change of power. Maybe not so much in the sense that you'd still see your usual title contenders, but in that Constructors' Championship category, I do not expect a runaway like McLaren. How many points did they win that by? I think almost 400.
Right.
Almost a 400 points differential between them and the runners up. So that was a steal. That was a runaway, and they won it with some good 7-8 races to go. So I think we kind of want to see more competition there, and automatically you having better drivers competing for the Constructors' Championship also elevates your chances at the championship level itself. So you have a driver that gives you 200, another one gives you 150, and put together you're like, okay, we are within sight of where Lando, Norris, and Piastri are, because those are the benchmark drivers too, definitely. So if you're looking at it, you're chasing them, you're saying, that means I could get 200, 250 points. You should set a benchmark for yourself and say, this is where I could get to. And definitely someone like Russell, who got to, I think, around 250. He exceeded the 250 points mark. You'll be looking at it and say, no, I need to improve or build on what I've already achieved. So to be able to chase down these guys, how do I get to that 300 points mark? How do I exceed or cross over that 300 points mark to be able to give these guys a proper chase? And of course, have a young Kimi Antonelli who has also proven resilient on the tracks to be able to help you in that Constructors' Championship. Well, I think it's very, very interesting times. Cadillac definitely dark horses because maybe not much is expected of them, but we know the capability of the drivers that they have at the racetracks with them.
All right, ladies and gentlemen out there, what's your favorite pairing going into the 2026 Formula One season for any of the constructors? And do you think Cadillac are the dark horses for this incoming season? Or if they are not, who is your dark horse for the incoming season? What I mean, the ones that you don't see coming, but definitely they just come and take a boom into you. Share your thoughts with us, 0701-933-9962. That's for the SMS and the WhatsApp portal. For the phone line, it is 0810-951-0951. All right, so before we call it a wrap, talking other sports, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a peep into the world of boxing and what awaits us in this year, 2026. Number one, we know that Tyson Fury has called or come out of retirement again. I don't know. Yeah, he's out of retirement. Let's see what happens for the Gypsy King this time. Maybe when they beat him blue-black, he will not rest in retirement. But since nobody has dealt that blue-black beating, he seems to be telling himself he has got something to share with us again in the world of boxing. So we could be expecting something big from Tyson Fury in this particular year, 2026. We were looking at a bout between him and Anthony Joshua, but the build-up was much until that tragic event that took place right here in Nigeria, that tragic fatal car accident crash that took place in Nigeria. That was in late December, that took two close friends of Anthony Joshua. But the former heavyweight champ survived it, and he's here. But we actually don't know his state of mind or what to expect from him in boxing after losing Sinagami and Latif Ayodele in that car crash. But what we know is that Joshua could be making a return to the ring in 2026. We had that high anticipation for that British all inclusive bout between himself and Tyson Fury, not in their 8 days, but definitely could come through in 2026. But right now, we don't know. What we just know is that Joshua's uncle, Adedamola Joshua, told Nigerian outlet The Punch that AJ, that's Anthony Joshua, had privately informed the family that he has retired from boxing. Quoting his uncle Adedamola Joshua, he says the major thing there is that he has retired from boxing. He added it relieves the family's emotional stress from watching him fight. We've not heard anything from Joshua's camp or Joshua himself concerning that retirement, but his uncle Adedamola Joshua has stated that Joshua has retired from boxing. But if this stands and Joshua gets to retire from boxing, guys, what would the world of boxing... We had high hopes for 2026 prior to that unfortunate incident. But if it stands, what are we going to be missing from the man Anthony Joshua?
Oh, well, definitely with the tragedy, that very, very tragic accident and everything that unfolded after all of that. I mean, it was always going to be a possibility. You'd be looking at this scenario and you'd be thinking, what more does he have in him to be able to return to the rings, to be able to put on the gloves and to go back out there again? I mean, first of all, you're dealing with a loss. You're dealing with the traumatic situation of losing two friends in a devastating accident that probably would have also taken your life too. So it's definitely a traumatic experience for him too. And you're asking, where is his head at? What is his mindset? Where do you think he's going to head with that one? Because as soon as I saw the news of the accident, I saw he was on SCAT, and I heard of the tragic passing of his trainees and his friends. Of course, he calls them his brothers. So you're instantly thinking, do you think he'd be able to go ahead with this? Do you think that he might just say, oh, this is where I call it quits? You have no exact idea what goes on or how exactly he's going to go ahead with it. I mean, it's a very, very difficult scenario for him, and he's probably thinking, now is the right time to call it quits. Now, I mean, he was gearing up for a return, but things have not gone as planned, and that's life. You have to move on, and you have to be able to move forward. And I think this is his decision going forward. And as much as we're optimistic to see him return back to the ring, we just have to accept it as he has already made his decision.
All right, and we have Big John also right here with us in the studio. Not actually with us in the studio, but he joins us over the phone line. Big John, good afternoon to you. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Osas, and to all in the studio.
We greet you. Hope you're doing well. How is Port Harcourt on you this beautiful afternoon?
Port Harcourt town is fine.
All right, Big John, we hear that within the camp of Anthony Joshua, there could be retirement news coming out soon. You're not far away from, it's not far away, and you are very much aware of the tragic incident that happened to him when he came down to Nigeria here to celebrate the end of the year. And he lost two of his close friends in that particular one. But the uncle, his uncle, that's Anthony Joshua's uncle, Adedomola Joshua, he has stated that Anthony Joshua has spoken to the family privately that he has retired from boxing. But we had high hopes going into 2026 from 2025, hoping that we're going to see Anthony Joshua with the build-up that he has had in recent times. The latest of them was that knockout dished to Jake Paul by Anthony Joshua. And we are hoping that, fine, he was going to maybe pick on an opponent of equal class in 2026. We thought that Tyson Fury, Anthony Joshua was going to be a big one. But with this news, how do you see it throwing the entire boxing fraternity into frenzy?
Yeah, privately you said that. Unfortunately, he has not come out to make an open statement. I mean, except he comes out to tell the world he's retiring, or his manager at the end makes a press conference and then tell the world Anthony Joshua is retiring. For now, for me, as a top fan of Anthony Joshua for the past 3 years, it hurts me so much if Anthony Joshua should retire because of this now. I would love him to retire after winning a high-profile fight, probably against him and Tyson Fury that the world has been waiting to see, and then probably dedicate that win to the loss of his friend, the memory of his two friends that died in the crash before even retiring. Also, as we've seen this kind of thing happen before in the professional sport of boxing. I mean, this is Anthony Joshua's friend. But we've had a situation where James Buster Douglas actually lost his mom just 13 days to the fight between him and Iron Mike Tyson in Japan 1990. He was already in Japan training where he had opened the camp training when the news filtered in from the US that his mother had died. You understand? So you see how emotionally down the guy was. At the time, his coach even told him to call off the fight, that it was bad enough fighting Iron Mike Tyson, but with the death of his mother now, it's now an emotional wreck, and that they should call off the fight. But the guy refused. Sometimes they'll be training, he will take an excuse to use the restroom, waste enough time there only for his trainer to go find out in the restroom that he's sobbing, crying, weeping, mourning the death of his dear mother. That was when his coach told him they should call off the fight. But the guy refused. He stepped into the ring with Iron Mike Tyson and caused the greatest upset in heavyweight division of professional boxing that year, 1990. He said when he went down, when Iron Mike Tyson first knocked him down, he remembered his mother. He remembered all the praises she showered on. His mother had already boasted to her friends in church that her son, James Buster Douglas, will be the one to put an end to the brutal reign of Iron Mike Tyson. So when he remembered the prayers, the boast in his mother, it galvanized him to get up and fight, and finally had to knock out Iron Mike Tyson. So I'm looking at a similar situation with Anthony Joshua. I am praying, I am hoping that Anthony Joshua will not retire, that he will go and fight and win a fight at least for the memory of his friends. But you see, Osas, I'm so angry. I actually blame Anthony Joshua for this crash. For God's sake, how can a personality like Anthony Joshua be traveling and interstate traveling from Lagos State to Shagamu in Ogun State, interstate traveling with only one car convoy? For God, one car convoy.
But these things, Big John, these things are not presumed to happen. Sometimes, you as humans, we don't expect these things to happen. We just feel, oh, this is Nigeria, this is my home, this is a place I love. There is no need to put too much of caution into things.
Are you supposed to wait for these things to happen? Are you supposed to wait for these things to happen? This one is an interstate travel. It is not when he's coming to Lagos. This one is traveling, and his friends are coming with him. For God's sake, stay Osas. Even if nobody presume an accident to happen, 6 hours before the crash, his two friends, when they arrived in Nigeria at the Murtala Mohammed International Airport, I don't know whether I saw that video with them wheeling their luggage to the SUV, the Prado Jeep waiting for them.
I did.
Yeah, you did. Okay. So what if some bandits, in the present state of Nigeria, what if some bandits saw that video and knew that Anthony Joshua will be traveling with his friends from Lagos State to Ogun State? It is not going to be a speed altogether. I mean, it's not going to be a 120 kilometer per hour drive. Somewhere along that way, from Lagos to Shagamu, there must be go slow. What if some bandits decide, oh boy, make we try our luck? Anthony Joshua and a billionaire.
But this time
if
it wasn't.
This
time it wasn't bandits. This was accident. So that's
what I'm saying.
They're bound to happen.
You asked if you said that nobody's presuming. I'm saying, what if it wasn't an accident?
Okay.
I was talking about the accident and you cut me off. I was saying if it were me, I would travel with a 5-car convoy.
Big John, that's what I'm saying. You travel with a 5-car convoy. If the accident was to happen now, it would have been more persons, maybe.
2 car, but it won't affect me. It won't affect my friends. If I have 5-car convoy, 2 cars in front, I'm in the middle, and 2 cars behind me. The 2 cars in front of me will do all the maneuvering for me to pass. How can Anthony Joshua travel with just a 1-car convoy? And it is the very car he is in that is in front that had the accident. The other car following him behind with the few security men in that car did not have the accident. For me, I blame Anthony Joshua. There are lesser stars. Let's say, if Timaya wants to travel from Lagos to Bayelsa State, his home state, you will see a convoy of cars.
I think we shouldn't blame him now, because if he gets to hear this one, it's going to add insult to the injury and increase the pain that he has got. It has happened. It has happened.
It has happened, yes. Of course, nobody said. I'm only saying it to you, but then it's obvious. You understand? It's obvious. He's been coming to Nigeria. Nothing is happening. So, but I don't know whether I'll call it complacency or what. He's been coming. This time, his 2 friends have. I've been thinking about this accident with all the various videos and opinions of people. I've been thinking about this accident. If only he did not travel with a 1-car convoy. Look, a person like Anthony Joshua can just call the governor of Ogun State. I'm coming with my friends to come spend the New Year there. The governor of Ogun State can just put a call through to the governor of Lagos State. Anthony Joshua is coming. Please send us. There will be police cars in front that will even clear the way. Oh, but it pains me. This one pains me real much. Now we are thinking because of this very injury now. You see the high-profile fight the world has been hoping and waiting to see. The high-profile fight that even Anthony Joshua himself, after beating Jake Paul, challenged Tyson Fury, called that Tyson Fury. We probably may not see it happen. And that's why I'm saying, for me, I would have loved him to retire after winning the fight, probably dedicating that fight to the memory of his friends.
All right, Big John, before we let you go, because it's probably time that we switch to talk foreign football right now. But before we let you go, you've made an appeal. You've made a kind of made known your thoughts on that particular one. They're saying that you would have wanted him to go into that fight, get a victory, and dedicate it to his friends that he lost in that particular tragic encounter right there. But are you not also thinking of the fact that Anthony Joshua could even go into that fight unstable mentally and get to lose his sanity or even his life at the end?
Definitely, it's a two-way thing. That's why I brought in the story of James Buster Douglas against Iron Mike Tyson. You understand? We don't know what it will result in. Sometimes it builds you up mentally. I mean, it's not as if the fight is going to take place tomorrow. The accident has happened, and then Anthony Joshua is still in recovery stage. You understand? It's not as if the fight is happening tomorrow. We've seen what happened to James Buster Douglas when he lost his mom. I'm looking at a similar situation, all for the same purpose of the memory of his lost friends, you understand, than for him to just retire immediately. You understand? It's not as if the friends are the people, the late friends are the people inside the boxing ring that will fight with him or for him. Everything depends on him, Anthony Joshua. So it is either that death, their crash galvanized him into winning the fight, or if he loses the fight, of course, we all understand that he probably may have been affected emotionally, mentally, and probably physically by the loss of his friends.
All right. All right, thank you so much, Big John, for your thoughts on this particular one. We just hope that we have a very blissful 2026 where we get to see all the boxing bouts that we have envisaged right from 2025 still come to play. Tyson Fury is on the mark, he's back. Let's see what happens. There is also Deontay Wilder somewhere. It could also be a fix between Tyson Fury and Deontay Wilder. Anthony Joshua, we hope especially that he returns back. For Jake Paul, find a way. He told us he wants to see to push for a title in the featherweight, in the cruiserweight there. So maybe we could have a chance seeing any of these.
No, well, I advise him to stay off. One more punch to that jaw. He has a steel place in his jaw. Even if after a time they remove those steel plates in his jaw, one big powerful right hand punch to that jaw will cause more destruction.
Okay.
Perhaps this time his father won't forgive whoever sends that punch. His mother in the last fight said she will never ever forgive Anthony Joshua. I will advise him to stay away. He has made enough money that will last him his lifetime from boxing.
All right. Thank you so much, Big John, for your time on the show this beautiful afternoon.
Thank you for having me.
All right. We hope to have you even in subsequent editions. Okay, Big John, do have yourself a wonderful time right there. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been fun and amazing talking to you, bringing other sports to your viewing. You can still share your thoughts with us via the SMS and the WhatsApp portal for any of the talking points that we've had right from the beginning up until this moment. It's time for us to switch things right now to talk European football. A lot happening here. Arsenal are struggling against Portsmouth there in the third round of the FA Cup. And when Portsmouth went ahead, I thought, oh, this is a trophy lost for Arsenal. So Arsenal is still in contention. The treble is still possible as we go ahead in the season. But don't go nowhere. The talks about European football is up next right now. And Alex Carberry is right here to take you through all of that.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
Okay, good afternoon and welcome to the footballing segment of the show on today's Sports Live. This is still the marathon edition. I'm Kabari Alexander and I will be your anchor through the ever interesting world of European football. And of course, I've got the guys in the studio with me. I've got Benjamin Mina, I've got Nelson Odia, and I've got Somto Isaac here with me in the studio here to take you through the ever-interesting world of European football. Of course, lots and lots have been happening, and the show would not be complete without you two right here for when the phone lines will be thrown open. 0810-9510-951 for when the phone lines will be thrown open to contribute to all we will be discussing. And the guys in the studio are on their marks, and I'm set. So if you're ready, let's get this show up and firing. Now we're going to kick things off with the Super Cup final. But first of all, our interests are going to be on a certain Los Blancos player, Vinicius Jr., because questions has come up about whether or not he's been a good fit for Xabi Alonso's Real Madrid, as he has struggled significantly in the 2025-2026 season under new head coach Xabi Alonso compared to his explosive form in the previous two campaigns, where he amassed 53 league goals in the space of 3 seasons. His output has dropped sharply to 5 goals and 7 assists in 25 La Liga and Champions League appearances, including a current run of 16 club games without a goal. Now, there have been lots and lots of citations as reasons for that decline in Alonso's tactical shift, his possession dominant system. They require Vinicius to hold width on the left and stretch play, pulling defenders wide, and it has limits on his freedom to roam centrally, to receive in half spaces, to play through balls or to make underlapping runs, to even exploit transitions, areas where, of course, we know Vinicius previously thrived. And Alonso also has defensive demands where he asks for more of ball pressing and consistency, and Vinicius has shown lapses in concentration and intensity. But of course, the big question mark comes about Kylian Mbappe, who has taken the goal scoring burden off that shoulders of Vinicius, where he was required to have more and final third product than he currently does, while Rodrigo, you could argue, offers even a better work rate, and other attackers in the team, Bellingham and Güler, provide defensive options. Also, we have to factor in the contract renewals that are stalled. Vinicius reportedly told President Florentino Perez in October that he doesn't want to extend, while his relationship with Alonso remains strained. And fan frustration has grown, jeering at the Bernabeu and visible on-pitch tantrums, which is, we can remember when he stormed off versus Barcelona in their 2-1 El Clasico win at the Bernabeu. We know he's capable of world-class moments, but his current wide discipline role under Alonso, it feels awkward and it restricts his best quantities. I'm going to come to you with this one, Nelson. Now, with his contract talks at a stall, do you see an extended future at the club for Vinicius Jr.?
prideful, arrogant player that some may say have the traits of that player that wants to bring out the A game of everybody in the pitch, or that angry player that gets pissed off by every little thing that goes his way. We have watched Vinicius Junior from 2021 Champions League finals, how he played with the likes of Benzema, and how he has been playing right now with the new boys in the team like Brahim Diaz and the rest of them. And you're looking at this Vinicius Junior right now, and you're looking at this team under Xabi Alonso. It's kind of a different kind of thing because they are still in a building phase. I'll call it that because they brought in Hodgson from Bournemouth. And and they also are struggling to have that wins they used to usually have in the Champions League and also in the La Liga. So, but for Vinicius Junior right now, I think for him, it's a kind of how will I call it? I will not say it's a mental breakdown. I'll call it a kind of transition. He wants to leave the club. I think he feels that it's time for me to find my find a better club for me to go to maybe. I've heard links of Chelsea going for him. I've heard links of leaving Bayern Munich going for him. But I think if I was Vinicius Junior right now, I would want to stay at Real Madrid. Yes, he has not been getting that consistency, but that's what every player does in every phase of their life when it comes to football. I mean, we saw that with Palmer last season, and he was not scoring goals for months, and they thought that Palmer's maybe it's an era of him coming to an end. But he went to the final against PSG and scored 2 goals. So I think for Vinicius, he may think that okay, this new coach tactic is not working for me. I need to ply my trade elsewhere. But I think he should just remain at the club. I mean, he's one of the big names when it comes to Europe wingers. He was at line for he wanted to win the La Liga and the Ballon d'Or, but some say he was robbed by it. But I will not call it that. But I feel, for me, I want Vinicius Junior to stay at Real Madrid because I don't think any other club will fit him at this point in time. Bayern Munich has Olise, has Serge Gnabry. And those players have already made their stay in that club. Yeah. The likes of PSG, Ousmane Dembele is there, Kvaratskhelia is there, Do is there. Barcola. Coming to this club won't do you good. Even if you're coming to Chelsea, they are still in a building phase, and you want to come to Chelsea to kill your career because all these players are looking for playing time. You coming into this club, we want to build trust with the new manager and maybe to get playing time. So Man City does got Semenyo. No way to get another winger. So I feel for me, I want to stay at a club where I know I'll be getting starting 11 every time. Going to Barca is not even a deal at all. So for me, I want him to find a way to just calm down, go through his thought and find a way to renew his contract because leaving Real Madrid is a no-no.
I think it raises the question because you did also mention that he sort of has that guaranteed starting spot for Real Madrid. And with his worrying form, especially when you look at the start of the season, I mean, we saw Franco Mastatouano come in and begin to dazzle almost immediately. We saw Adagula before he was dropped too. We are seeing Rodrigo currently return back to the side and he's scoring goals. So it's like a case of sit up or sit out. And in that situation now, do you think, Benjamin, that his starting spot is at risk?
Well, I think for Vinicius Junior, he's a player that likes the limelight. It's not it's no news that the man likes he wants to be called the first son of Florentino Perez or Real Madrid. He wants that feeling. That's what he wants, just like Mo Salah. He wants to be the face of Real Madrid at this point, but some actually called him the new Ronaldo of Real Madrid when Ronaldo left. But I think with Don Carlo leaving, it's a new phase for every player. You have to prove yourself to the new manager. That's what it is. And I think I like what Xabi Alonso did. Everybody, you have to start on a level playing ground. Show me that you can actually be in the team. And the way Xabi Alonso set up his team, you have to be, in as much as you're a winger, you have to be defensive conscious in terms of contribution. You have to contribute to the defense, and that's what we've seen. That likes of what's his name, Rodrigo, now having more playing time because we've no demand for his energy. He can burst forward, come back, help the defense line, and then still do his normal playing. So I think for what's his name now, Vinicius Junior, I think the coming of Kylian Mbappe sparked the whole thing. We all know that. We all know what Kylian Mbappe brought to Real Madrid. The man has been a superstar in Paris Saint-Germain, came in and, started scoring. At some point, the goal wasn't coming, but the man was patient. Since the goal started coming, he has been scoring. And Vinicius Junior, I think he's not been contributing to the defensive shape of the team. That's number one. And number two, I think the arrival of Kylian Mbappe, it's one of those things that the spotlight is now out of the man. It's now on the Frenchman, that's Kylian Mbappe. And especially when you're doing the job, you're getting those goals. Come on, the limelight is definitely going to be on you, and you're going to be the fans' favorite.
Yeah,
and that's what the man has been. So I think for Vinicius Junior, it's part of it. And secondly, the man is not willing to sign a contract extension. I feel that's because the Saudi side came calling, and there was a time when Oscar went to China.
Yeah,
lots of people were actually questioning him, and the man said, in Brazil, where I came from, you don't get to show your trophies, you get to show how much you've earned. And because as a footballer, you have not just one mouth to feed. You've got people that are depending on you because you're a superstar. They look up to you, that you can take care of the family and all that. That's how the South American setup is more or less like the African setup. Where if you're a big man, you know that you are more or less your gangla. You have some couple of guys that looks up to you, your family members, friends, and all those. So I feel first, if an improved offer it's kept on the table, the man is definitely going to sign, but under some circumstances. But I feel Florentino Perez is that man that he can do without you. That's how the man sees it.
Yeah.
Especially when the man would start planning life outside you. Yeah, that's how he does. When he sold what's his name now, Casemiro, what's his name now, Eduardo Camavinga was in the picture.
Yeah,
he left. Casemiro left. Sergio Ramos, they didn't offer him a contract. He left. Rudiger came in. You see, so the man is one of those men that can plan without you. That's the more reason why Adagula at some point was having playing time. Yeah. So if Vinicius Junior get to leave Real Madrid today, I don't think it's going to affect the team. Yeah, though it's going to affect the shape of the team, somehow. Definitely the vacuum is going to be felt at some point. But, with the players and the way Xabi Alonso has decided to set up the team, I think his absence will not be felt. We've seen games where the man, you just read out his stats, the man, he doesn't get goals the way he used to get. He doesn't even get those assists just like he used to. So I think for Vinicius Junior, it's about time where the man, if you don't want to sign a contract, one thing I like about Florentino Perez, instead of you leaving on, unless he wants you to leave on free transfer. If he doesn't want you to leave on free transfer, he gets to cash in on you. And I think for Vini, I think the man needs to be packing his bag if he doesn't want to sign a new contract. His time is in Real Madrid should be winding down. For him, I think it's about the limelight, leaving and the spotlight. He's no longer the face of Real Madrid as he used to be. Now Kylian Mbappe, and lots of things are not going his way.
And he doesn't seem to come to terms with the fact that obviously Kylian Mbappe has become the face of Real Madrid.
Well, some people are like that. They want to show that they are actually big. When you're big, you're big. But the truth is, there comes a point in your life where you have to look at it and face reality. That I'm no longer that guy I used to be. And know which of the big teams in Europe will sign him now. Let's be realistic. Apart from the Saudi Pro League, Man City wouldn't want to spend that money right now on him. And if my Real Madrid want to sell him, they would sell him not less than 100 plus. Yeah. Florentino Perez want to milk everything he can get from him. PSG wouldn't want to be spending that, in as much as they wouldn't want. They've got options in that.
Yeah.
And it's not as though Vini is firing now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think PSG is out. What's his name? Real Madrid. Man City are out. other club, Chelsea wouldn't be throwing their weight on that. Yeah, on him. And Arsenal, no. Liverpool, definitely no. So I think where the man is looking at is the Saudi Pro League at this point in time, because no team in Europe would want to spend that amount of money getting you, especially when they know that you're not firing. So the man might be eyeing the Saudi Pro League.
Okay, so Vinicius Jr., big money move. Is that the motive behind his current poor run of form? He's still in the starting lineup, should I say, and he has not been replicating. Or is it a cause of the rift, or the supposed rift between him and a new manager, Xabi Alonso, as he has been unable to properly fit into his plans, although he still starts? And so we need to at least take a road back some good 4 or 5 years. The 2020-2021 season, we saw his partnership with Karim Benzema. They ended up winning the Champions League to beating Liverpool in that final. He scored the winning goal in that final, beating Liverpool in the Champions League. 2022-2023 Champions League season, where they overcame Dortmund to win the Champions League too. Also, he was very crucial. He also scored in that Champions League final. We just looked through the numbers he put up. 53 goals in the space of 3 seasons. He has not been able to come as close, not even anywhere close towards that. Now, you're asking yourself, obviously we have a number of factors as to why he fell off, but what exactly do you think he has to do to be able to return back to replicating those numbers he had when he played alongside Karim Benzema?
For Vinicius Jr., you tend to want to point out some certain things where some people talk about the passion he puts on the pitch. Yeah. So we also talk about, like we say in Nigeria here, bad character. But then some people translate that to passion, and I feel like he just, first off, I believe he's playing for the team. I don't want to use the term he's not playing for the team, because I believe as you go out there as a footballer, put your health on the line, you are playing for your team. Yeah. So I just feel like he has to get in terms with the fact that you cannot try to be the star player in this current Real Madrid side, except you're Cristiano Ronaldo. And if you're not Cristiano Ronaldo, there's no room for you to be the star player. I mean, we've seen times where Real Madrid have assembled a Galactico team. Yeah. And if maybe Kylian Mbappe comes in, I feel like in terms of when Karim Benzema was there, when you look at the hierarchy of the team, Benzema was obviously a more senior player than Vinicius. But with the new entries to the side, I believe Vinicius is obliged to feel like he is the senior player
in that team
amongst those players. So the day you stop having that kind of mentality, I feel like it works better for the team, because that was one of the mentalities which did not really work out for Neymar, where a lot of people talked about him, being at Barcelona and wanting to have a more prominent role, choosing to go to Paris Saint-Germain instead of being, alongside Lionel Messi and Luis Suarez. But then you could also say, maybe it's also an avenue for a player to look to break out and be a much more prominent player on his own. But then for Vinicius, you're still at the club. I am not quite satisfied with the fact where he says, due to his strained relationship with I can understand that. Yeah, I can understand that, but I can't really understand what Xabi has done to Vinicius. I've not really seen him he made a comment, was that in El Clasico? Yeah, where he said, it's always him. That I believe you should understand. That's why I had to talk about that. When you understand fully that, eradicates the fact where senior players, he's not the captain of the side. So why do you keep feeling like you have to be the star all in all? Once you start eradicating that, I feel like there's more room for improvement. And when you start putting the team first, rather than, because if you put the Real Madrid side first, I don't think you'll be waiting for the club to sack the coach before you can now make a decision on your new contract. You would work with that coach. Lionel Messi, who is the star of Barcelona at the time, worked with Ronald Koeman, worked with different number of coaches that came to the side. Still, he was there, worked with Quique Setien also. Yeah. So, I mean, when you factor in, Daddy Ancelotti is not around anymore and you are not in good terms with his son, I feel like you should tend to put the team first. That, for me, is not exhibition of a character of a player who actually puts the team first. But I would tend to oblige that he puts the team first. But with how he has performed this season and seasons prior, it's quite a decline. It's a decline. It happens to every player. But then how you bounce back from it, that's what puts you in the prominent seat as one of the best in the world. And with how we know he can display on his day, he is one of the best in the world in his position. So Vinicius, for me, I just feel like has to eradicate the avenue where he feels like he's the go-to man of the club. I don't think you're the go-to man of the club anymore. Work with the rest of the team. I mean, we saw a video one time where Bellingham was skinning his teeth when he lost the ball one time. Even Thibaut Courtois has done similar to him. So I feel like while you're still under them and under that, try to have. We see there's no sugarcoating it. We see some of his characters on the pitch. It's not even hidden. We see some of how he behaves on the pitch, and you want to tend to tell me, oh, maybe that's just how he is, and so people might want to cover that. But obviously, that some other players perform better on the pitch. I don't think you see Kylian Mbappe giving some theatrics the way Vinicius would give.
So you don't think it's passion? Because I've seen a lot of people describe it as passion. We saw something similar with Victor Osimhen when he lashed out at the rest of his teammates and seemed to request to be substituted. You would not want to term that as passion.
No, because I rarely see. Okay, let me look at some of the best players in Europe that have been and has been. How many of them will you say, oh, they are passionate? If you can play football, you can play football. It's not about whether your heart comes out of your chest on the pitch. I feel like the best player in the world or in the history of the game, for me, Lionel Messi, you show the passion with the ball at your feet. It's not with your mouth or with your theatrics on the pitch. That's not how passion is measured. So I feel like he needs to let go of some of these theatrics. We've seen players get mature over time. There's no how you've seen some players actually change from what they were as players to a more mature version of who they would be. So I feel like some of his theatrics is not needed most times. Focus on the game, focus on your play, focus on improving. And I mean, if this game is not around Vinicius, it's around the next game is around Vinicius. Come on, some of these theatrics are not necessary. That's not the embodiment of a player who you can label or that could or should be labeled as one of the best.
Okay, so definitely you're of the opinion that the hierarchy, then we had notable players. There was the likes of Sergio Ramos, his presence there, Casemiro, Cruz, and Modric and Benzema. That hierarchy was enough to keep him in check.
Yes.
And he lacks that now.
At that time, you cannot. Sergio Ramos is in the side first of all. I mean, you cannot try not say first where he did it. I mean, even Benzema at the time where he wanted to flex his muscle, Benzema was not even giving him the face. I mean, who are you? So you have players like Cruz, also Luka Modric, Sergio Ramos. I mean, Marcelo. These are players that Dani Carvajal. These are players that when you're around them, you put your head down. Like I said, he has sort of self-promoted himself since all of this. I mean, more than half of these players I've mentioned are not there anymore. So he has self-promoted himself to put himself in that position where he is now, I mean, one of the top guys, which I feel like leadership is not selective. It's shown. Once your leadership is shown, it's very easy for everybody to rely on you.
Okay, so Vinicius Jr. is the issue at hand right now with contract stalled, and of course his starting spot at risk with his squabble with Xabi Alonso. And of course we are also discussing how he should return to the best form that he showed. 0810-9510-951 is the phone lines, and we'll be ready to take your calls in a bit, just after we go to preview the Barcelona versus Real Madrid in the Super Cup taking place at the King Abdullah Sports City Stadium in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia by 8 p.m. Central African Time. This marks the fourth consecutive year that the two giants meet in the final, with Barcelona as defending champions. They won 5-2 last year, and they are the holders of a record 15 titles, while Real Madrid are chasing their 14th.
Barcelona cruised into the final with a dominant 5-0 semi-final win over Atletico Bilbao on Wednesday, leading 4-0 at halftime thanks to goals from Ferran Torres, Fermin Lopez, Ronnie Bargigi and a brace from Rafinha. And Hansi Flick's side enter on a 9-game winning streak across all competitions, unbeaten domestically since a 2-1 La Liga loss to Real Madrid in late October. That's clocking 3 months now. And they have won 4 of the last 5 Clásicos overall. While on the opposing end, Real Madrid under Xabi Alonso advanced via a hard-fought 2-1 semi-final victory over Atletico Madrid on Thursday, where Federico Valverde opened with a stunning long-range free kick, while Rodrigo doubled the lead after halftime. But then Alexander Sørloth pulled one back, making the finish very tense. Now, they trail Barcelona, the Los Blancos, by 4 points in La Liga, and they won the Super Cup in 2024, a 4-1 win over Barca, but they face injury concerns because Barca, for their team news and their injury, they miss Gavi, Marc-Andre ter Stegen, who is yet to return, and Andreas Christensen. But of course, we expect Lamine Yamal to return back to the starting lineup after making a substitute appearance versus Atletico Bilbao. While Real Madrid will welcome back Kylian Mbappe, which is of course a huge boost ahead of this clash. But they will miss Eder Militao, Brahim Diaz and Trent Alexander-Arnold. Rodrigo, Rudiger and Asensio also joined those fitness doubts. This is the 263rd El Clasico meeting between these sides, and of course, high stakes for early season silverware. But then there is another point I also want to talk about: the tournament location, because it draws mixed reactions. I mean, it's lucrative for them. They are heading all the way to Saudi. The Spanish Federation earns 40 million euros annually from Saudi, of course. Clubs like Barca and Real Madrid are competing. They get millions. They are boosting the competition's appeal over its old preseason formats. But fans are not happy. They criticize that location. They criticize the venue based on the distance. 7 to 8 hour flights and very few direct options. Low attendance from actual Spanish supporters. It was reported that only 3 to 4 Athletic Bilbao fans attended that game. The rest of them were mostly the Saudis that came to watch and just came to cheer on either side. Only 3 to 4 actually boarded all the way from Spain to head over to Saudi to view that game, and they are complaining that they are prioritizing money over tradition to compete with the Premier League. What do you make of that, Nelson?
For me, I would call that it's a bit two-way thing. Look, the Spanish La Liga is trying to make a name for themselves. Yeah. They are not the Premier League where almost all the fans in the world, or out of 6 million people, most people know the Premier League, knows the players in the Premier League. When it comes to La Liga, how many of us want to tune into La Liga to watch a Getafe versus Osasuna match? Just look, but you can watch a Bournemouth versus a Crystal Palace match. Sit down and watch it comfortable. You can watch maybe an Everton playing a Man City. You understand? So I feel it's what the Spanish board or the La Liga board want to do to promote La Liga to fans in the globe. Yes, it's a little bit distant for them. It's too far for most of the traveling fans to go to that place. But look, if you really want to support your club, you do that for a national match for them. I'm not saying that I'm supporting the motive of you carrying it to Saudi side of things to do it there, but I mean, the Saudi now knowing about La Liga is going to improve the marketing value of La Liga to them. They'll be like, oh, we watch Barcelona, Real Madrid here in Saudi. Let's check if Barcelona is playing today, and they say they're playing against Osasuna. Let's follow this game, and it's an interesting game. You see, that's how the marketing stuff go right there. But for me, as a fan, I would not want to travel that distance just to support my team. I would rather stay at home and watch it on my TV. But that's me saying, that's me talking. But I feel that the fans should just understand that. Look, La Liga is let's just call it even right now. I see in some cable network now they're trying to push for the League One to be out there for people to know it. Most people don't know teams in the League One. Most people don't know teams in Serie A is even more popular than the La Liga in some cases. So I feel that they should allow. But for the El Clasico, it's already a big match. Most Saudi Arabia fans there are supporting Real Madrid or Barcelona, so the stadium will be packed. We watched it last season when Barcelona won them 4 goals to 3 before goals to 2. I cannot recall, but we saw the stadium was well packed. That means some traveling fans were there, and also some Saudi countrymen supported Barcelona or Real Madrid. So it's not a case of you complaining. Just sit at home and watch it on your TV or 3 minutes on your phone, and just support your team in any way you can, whether mobile or television, or you are there face to face. I mean, they're pushing for you to go an extra mile. So I think I would just what I can say is let's just allow it to sink in for the meantime. Let's let them do their promotion thing, and let's see how it goes from there. If they don't work out, you can blame the Spanish, but right now they are doing what is meant to be done for La Liga to be out there for everybody to see.
Okay, so fans grumbling and lots and lots of appeals over them prioritizing money over tradition in an attempt to compete. But we are still previewing Real Madrid versus Barcelona. Kylian Mbappe is set to return. He's set to start for the Los Blancos. We know it's a boost for Real Madrid right now, but how much of it is a boost in fancy of their chances against Barcelona, Benjamin?
Well, definitely having a striker like Kylian Mbappe, it's something that every defender wouldn't want to have at this point in time because of what the man does. You know, he's a goal threat anytime, any day. He could cause you trouble. We've seen it since the man arrived, and lately the man has been hot. You know, and his presence have been felt in the Real Madrid setup. But you know, it's a nice time to have the man. You know, the manager will be very happy to have the man at this point in time. But you know, I just feel that the man could continue from where he stopped. You know, in as much as no person. You know, it takes time for footballers to actually integrate themselves into who they really are. You know, who they really are going into, you know, after injuries.
Yeah.
But it's not a bad injury. It's not as though it's an ACL injury that we could say it could take you time, you know, to actually get back to who you were, you know. But again, I think Kylian Mbappe coming back from injury is a welcome development any day, anytime for the Real Madrid players and the Real Madrid coaches themselves. So I feel it's going to be... he's a danger man already, so the less we talk about him, the better. Barcelona players should be the one talking about him. You know, thinking of how they could, you know, go, you know, cover him up. But we've seen situations where, you know, that game that they won by 4 forgotten. The man he was a thorn in their flesh, you know. So it's a welcome development coming into the game, but how does he get to start the game, or does he come from the bench?
Yeah, that plays a huge role in how they play.
I think he's going to start. He's going to start because of the belief that the manager, you know, have in him, and as long as he's fit enough to play, he passed the late fitness test, then definitely I feel he's going to play, and it's a boost for the squad having him at this point in time.
So
what final game?
What if he's not fit enough to play 90 minutes, and let's say he's good enough to play some good 50, 60 minutes of football? Does he start, or do you bring him on later on to torment an exhausted Barca defense, particularly their high line?
Every manager would want to finish the game early enough. You know, that's what every manager would want to. You know, there are some managers that want to finish the game from the first half. You know, you can get as many goals as you want. Then, if, you know, it's a big game.
Yeah.
It's going to be a very cagey encounter. But we've seen that this fixture can produce lots of goals. So it's about who outscores the other team.
Yeah.
So I believe for me, if he's not fit enough for 90 minutes, I will still start him. Because if I were to be a manager, I'm one of those managers that I believe kill the game in the first half. Score as many goals, frustrate your opponent as long as you can.
Yeah.
it makes them psychologically they are lost. So for me, I would start him, and maybe sometime in the second half you could pull him out, but I will start Kylian Mbappe anytime as long as he's fit.
I watched the last El Clasico that we just played when Real Madrid won. I think 2-0 or
2 goals to 1.
2 goals to 1. I think the main focus for Xabi Alonso is to cage those key players in the Barcelona setup. I mean, you have Rafinha back, and he's looking like a goal-scoring machine once again. You have Marcus Rashford. Yes, he's not much, but in those key areas where sometimes the Real Madrid defenders tend to sleep sometimes, he tends to use that opportunity to score goals. You have the key man in that Barcelona lineup, which is Lamine Yamal.
Yeah.
I mean, when I watched the last El Clasico, all players were marking Lamine Yamal. They could not allow him breathe. I think that was one of the main things that gave them the upper hand in that game, in that El Clasico. I mean, El Clasico is a match where you cannot expect what to happen. Any team can bring up their own game. So I feel that what I will also be telling the boys today is cage those key players. I mean, the Hansi Flick have watched the last El Clasico and he will probably know that, Lamine Yamal is the one being man-marked now. Let's see if you can put Rafinha in that danger spot. And we see what happened the last game with Osimhen and Akko Adams. When they were marking Osimhen, you had to pass the ball to Akko Adams. So it's going to be a difficult one for the Real Madrid defenders. Trust me, it's going to be difficult because I don't feel the likes of Hodgson and I've forgotten the left back. What's his name again? The young left back, right back. Sorry, Carreras. I don't think it's going to be easy for them to mark those players, Rafinha and Lamine Yamal. It's going to be very, very difficult for them to mark those players. So it's going to be a KG game. I think it's a go to penalties. Trust me, but I feel from the last El Clasico I've watched, I feel that man marking or caging Lamine Yamal and Rafinha will give them a head start and be able to at least, like Benjamin have said, kill the time, score goals at the early time. When you got those chances, score goals. You have seen teams like Sevilla score Barcelona 4 goals to 2 or 4 goals to 3.
4 goals to 1.
4 goals to 1.
Yeah.
Akko Adams were in that mix too. So I think that those high line, most teams have now known how to play that high line. It's speed they need, and Mbappe had that speed. If Mbappe can just be able to calm his nerves, get to the high line quicker, I think it's going to be an easy game for Real Madrid. But then again, we should not take out what Barcelona can do to the Real Madrid team. They are very, very dangerous in both, all angles, midfield, defense, and also the attacking areas. I think Barcelona is going to be a dangerous team, and it's going to be an interesting El Clasico to watch because injury left and right for Real Madrid. We want to know what Xabi Alonso have in his pocket to bring for us for tonight's game. So I just think we should all sit back and relax and see how this game is going to play. But if we want to win this game, trust me, cage those danger players, Rafinha and Lamine Yamal. It's good to go.
All right, now, Somto, I think it's actually funny that Nelson did refer to the squad Barcelona had at the Aveo the last time they played in the El Clasico against Real Madrid, that 2-1 loss at the Bernabeu, which we saw was largely dominated by Real Madrid. But right now, a 9-game winning run. Look at the amount of goals they've scored in that period. Ferran Torres, everybody's confused on whether he's a striker or not. I mean, he knows how to do this disguise work. He comes up, he scores, and then he sort of shrinks a little bit. Rafinha doing the business as normal. We've seen Fermin Lopez, his current form, anytime, and he's coming off the bench to do it too. They are boasting of a much better squad, much better run of form, and lots of confidence going into this one. So, is it safe to say that they are favourites when you're looking at this clash between them and Real Madrid?
Yeah, for me, when you look at form right now, Barcelona are definitely favourites, and it's not really good news for Real Madrid when they see that Rafinha is available, Robert Lewandowski is available, Lamine Yamal is, those 3 guys are available. It's not good news for them. But fair share to Real Madrid, who a bit topsy-turvy season they've had, but then if you look at rivalry, form goes out the window. It's all about what these 2 guys can actually put up on the pitch. And when you look at what these two teams have put on the pitch when they stepped into El Clasico, in the last 5 games, Barcelona have had a landslide. I mean, last season, 4 out of 4 games, Real Madrid only just beaten Barcelona this season. That's to make it 4 wins and 4 wins for Barca and a win for Real Madrid in the last 5 games. So it has been a topsy-turvy season for Barcelona too at the start, based on the injuries they had. Yes, they still went to the Santiago Bernabeu, just about held their own against this Real Madrid side, if not for ending 2-1. But I mean, with the way that game ended, we are finally poised for a very, very good game today, because certain Lamine Yamal will not forget how he was hauled off the pitch after the game by the Real Madrid players. Rafinha even had to get in the action too. I think Rudiger and Vinicius Jr. also in question. Carvajal, Thibaut Courtois, all of this. It was a real battle, almost like Real Madrid were celebrating like they had won a trophy because they had beaten Barcelona finally. So today, a trophy is on the line finally. So we'll see where the celebrations will end up. I personally feel Barcelona have got just enough to beat this Real Madrid side. For me, I feel like in decisive games, I mean, we've seen Real Madrid, they were at the top of La Liga for long, and then all of a sudden they started having a dip in form, and Barcelona at some points clear at the top of the standings. So definitely for me, Barcelona look like a better team that can actually get the win in this one.
Yeah, I was actually coming to that, referring to predictions, what you could probably see happening in this game. And Somto, you've already cleared that you see Barcelona taking this one, maybe winning in normal time without extra time, and possibly lifting the trophy before taking it to penalties, like Nelson suggested. But if they do not take it to penalty, what do you see as a possible score line in this El Clasico?
I think Barcelona will win 3-1.
3-1.
Yeah.
Because they always concede.
No. I feel like Madrid should score. They should be able to score. But then this Barcelona team, they don't just score small amount of goals. When they are good and when they score a lot of goals. And I feel like we are set up for a very good game. They cannot forget what happened at the Bernabeu the last time. To me, they cannot.
Definitely. Nelson,
but then again, it's not the Bernabeu we are playing right now.
It's a neutral venue. And of course, you also have to remember what they did to Don Carlo last season, where everybody were calling for him to leave because it looked like their most important game of the season, and they could not get one over Barcelona. Yeah, so I mean, it was worth it at the end of the day. But now this is a different matchup, especially when you consider Xabi's first Clasico, he won it. Yeah, so now you're having mixed feelings. That was a partially injured Barca side. This is a fully fit side. How do they play out? So what are your predictions for this one?
My prediction, first of all, is going to be a very cagey game, but Barcelona is going to win it. Yes, it's going to be a hard-fought win for Barcelona. I think it's going to end maybe a 2-1 win for Barca.
So we are not sticking with your penalty shootout again.
Penalty. I'm sticking to penalty. Do you know what I'm sticking to penalty? The fact that yes, last season a lot of fans had to talk about Real Madrid and how they are classless, lose over Barcelona every time they meet, and it's going to play a major factor in this game. Yes, Barcelona will not forget what happened at the Bernabeu. Don't forget that in a hurry. 2-1 win over them, and how it ended in a very brutal fight between Vinicius and the rest of them. They want to take a revenge against Real Madrid, but this is where psychological teams will play in this game, because this player will now know that Lamine Yamal will be very careful when they want to play against the Real Madrid team, because they want to mark me, they want to do this to me. Let me be careful. I don't want to annoy Carvajal. I don't want to play that. I don't want to cut an uproar in the team. Yeah. So I feel it's going to be a psychological game. It's like I said, most of the teams in La Liga now have studied the Barcelona highline and are playing it very, very, very well. But Chelsea did it in the Champions League. They played the highline and they did very well against them. So I mean, Sevilla did it. A lot of teams are doing it too. They're able to get goals against Barcelona in these teams. So I think it's going to play a major factor in the sense that Mbappe had to be able to be very, very careful when it comes to these things. He has to be careful. He has to be precise. He has to, everybody had to play a very, very big role in this match.
But Nelson, do you also consider their current form too? You spoke about the issue of conceding goals, and I have to tell you that in their last 6 games, Barca has kept 5 clean sheets. This was very important because Johan Garcia returned. Obviously, with the return of Johan Garcia, more attacking player. Even Rafinha has been a huge addition to that. Obviously, because he drops back and helps the team a whole lot too. You don't still see the possibility of Barca becoming maybe a bit stronger defensively.
Five clean sheets, and also the injury to Real Madrid. Real Madrid is battling with injury, and one of their players is in the AFCON. I think Brahim Diaz is in Morocco team, and is going to play a major role too, because the man is in fine form. 5 goals in 5 matches. I think he's good to go in that. If he was in the Barca team in this match, it's going to be a very different factor to look at. But what I would say is let the best man win. But I will look at it in the line night. 5 clean sheets is not an easy feat, because Garcia has been that spontaneous goalkeeper. He has been everywhere in the pitch.
Yeah.
He even had to push his man.
Yeah. We all saw that against Espanyol.
So it's going to take a clever player to do that, and I'm looking at Kylian Mbappe.
Okay.
Mbappe is a very, very clever player, but it's going to be a team effort. You not count on one man to do everything for the team. If we saw the kind of Real Madrid that played Barcelona that last time at the El Clasico, if we see that same Real Madrid team today, it's going to be a cagey fight for Barcelona. But I will say that it's either end on penalties or Barca is winning the 2-1.
Okay, so Nelson and Sonto seem to share the same view on that one, with Barcelona coming out on top of that fixture without needing extra time, although Nelson can't seem to make up his mind whether or not they'll need extra time. Benjamin, do you share that sentiment in regards to how this match is going to play out?
4-2.
Very straight to the point. 4-2 win for who are we talking about here?
Barcelona.
4-2 win for Barcelona. Straight to the point from Benjamin there. All right, that is it on the Barca versus Real Madrid. We'd like to hear what you think about the Vinicius saga and him refusing to extend his contract. And of course, Barcelona versus Real Madrid meet for the 4th consecutive Super Cup final. What are your thoughts on this one? Kylian Mbappe is back. Huge boost for Los Blancos and the Blaugranas. If you're a Barca fan, you definitely know what they've been up to in recent times. 0810-9510-951, 0810-9510-951. The phone lines are currently open to get your thoughts and your contributions on everything we have discussed so far. SMS and WhatsApp portal also doubles at 0701 9339 962, 0701 933 9962. Hello, caller. Good afternoon. Welcome to the show. Yeah, we greet you too.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Your name and where you're calling from?
This is Mike calling you from Omaholo.
All right, Mr. Mike, go ahead with your contribution, please.
Talking of Vinicius, I think he's a stubborn player too. Even he's not even ready to listen to anybody. I think they are tired of him, so they want him to go. So I think it's the right time for him to go. I think they have bad blood within themselves now. Because when he was there, he said that it was the Igwe. And when the real Igwe now comes around, so he feels that it's the Igwe. But the real Igwe, we know it's Mbappe. So I don't want to live under the shadow of Mbappe. I think that's why he likes to leave. So he can leave for now, no problem.
So he's not the star of the team anymore. Therefore, he needs to leave for Madrid to be able to accommodate another player of his caliber.
Yes, you can say Rodrigo. To me, what Rodrigo even do more than him right now because of the battery is battling with Mbappe. Look at, he doesn't play much like Mbappe, like the Vinicius that we know, who play ball with smile, who play ball with flair. But now he just won't try to impress, to meet up with the standard of Mbappe, and that's what he's killing his game. If he can just allow the game to flow, I think he will come back to his best. But now I don't want to live under the shadow of Mbappe, so that's why he has to go. So Real Madrid are ready to let him go, because if it's Real Madrid, they can replace anybody.
Definitely.
So I think they're ready to go. Talking about the Barcelona and the Real Madrid game, I think Mbappe, yes, though I love Real Madrid and Barcelona, but I don't see any way Barca. I don't know this mojo that Barca wants to play Real Madrid. They feel like they want to play World Cup final. Okay. That's all the simple thing. They know how Madrid so easily. I don't understand.
They do.
I don't get, no matter how Madrid are good, Barca know have the antidote.
Particularly in recent times. Yeah.
I'm telling you. So I don't see, and again, they don't even not beat them 1-0 or 2-0. They beat Madrid
impressively.
Like
they beat them impressively.
5-2 last time they played.
Yeah.
But Madrid want to win. Madrid struggle to win maybe 1-0 or 2-1 or 3-2. But Barca can we discipline them. You know what we call discipline? They discipline Real Madrid very well, like 4-1, 3-0, 5-2, 5-1. And the trend will continue today because the map is just coming to you. I don't think it'll be fully fit. So, and the defense of Real Madrid right now is not that sound. And then my back and they are complete everywhere. Every part of them is complete. I think they will whip it. And Madrid won them earlier this season. I think Barca will pay them back.
Yeah. So if Mr. Mike, if you were to give a possible scoreline, what would it be?
Maybe I will be thinking about it. Let me say 4-1.
A 4-1 whooping victory. Thank you very much for that one, Mr. Mike. Oh wow. Everybody seems to go with Barca. It almost seems like this is not a final. 0810-9510-951, 0810-951. Hello, Kala. Good afternoon. Welcome to the show.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Welcome. What your name and where you're calling from?
Yeah, good afternoon, other gentlemen.
Okay. You're welcome. You're welcome to the show. Let's get your contribution.
Well, find the 9 game. I don't know why one. People have already said so, but I don't know why they push. But it's because of the money aspect of the publicity of the camera, this why they push it so. I think it's Saudi Arabia, right?
Yes, it's in Saudi Arabia.
No. For my own opinion, they want to kill the vow of Spanish people. From my own side of view, they want to kill the vow of Spanish people. It's not good. England, they should not learn that at all. I don't buy that idea. But nevertheless, let me just shut it off. So 9 game is not going to be an easy game, but it's a welcome development that Madrid have their fantastic player back, which is
Mbappe, yeah.
Yeah, he's a fantastic player. With that Mbappe coming back, that match is not going to be it's not going to be an easy game for Barca at home, game. But I'm seeing Madrid 2-1.
Okay. A Madrid 2-1 win. Thank you very much for that one, Mr. Liverpool. All right. Hello, Kala. Good afternoon. Welcome to the show.
Good afternoon, Henry. This is Ernest from Mondele.
This is Alexander Kabari. Welcome to the show, Ernest.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Sorry about that. I think the case of Gini is a normal thing. So he should take a decision and maybe leave because at this point in time, Mbappe is enjoying the Igwe of a team in everything he has played for. Yes.
Okay.
You can imagine
a
player like Lionel Messi being under his shadow.
And Neymar too. Yeah.
So now he's in Madrid. You should also have in mind that maybe for 3 years' time, he also will also be in somebody's shadow because by that time should have been winding down his career. I hope you're getting my point. So
I get you. Yeah.
If Vini really want to excel in his football and doesn't want to be under anyone's shadow, let him look for a better club where they can still worship him. He has the flair, he has the talent, he has everything. You understand that? But it's bad for you to play in a team where you don't feel happy. So let him just leave to a place where he will cherish most and where they will also give him what he wants. Then for tonight's game, I'm a Barca fan, no doubt.
Okay.
Barca fan, and this is final. I'm not also ruling the fact that Madrid can also win the match.
Win it, yeah.
Because something can just happen, maybe one tackle, one mistake that will lead to a red card to Barcelona, and before you know it, Madrid has won the match. You understand that?
Yeah,
It's possible.
Yeah.
But as a Barca fan, I have to support my team, believing that we've been doing that, and the ground where they are playing that final today favors Barcelona more than Madrid, and I think they also have more fans there than Madrid. So with all that put in place, Barcelona is going to win that match. And remembering what Carvajal and his likes did to
Adi Bernabeu, yeah. To Lamine.
Thank God this time we didn't hear anything from Yamil Lama. This is what he said, this is what he did not say, and all that. that will make them to come with those anger and all that. And again, what happened to us in our first meeting with them is happening to them. It's going to be a revenge. Like this, in fact, there's no better time for Barcelona to revenge against them than now.
So are you seeing a huge scoreline for Barcelona in this one?
Of course, if they don't want to test a huge score line, they should just keep their defense, because if Barca should score goal early, my brother, it's going to be a disaster. And thank God that our midfield, our attackers, and come on, that man on the goal post, that guy is a beast.
Yeah, Johan Garcia.
Yeah, not like Pochesny, who has been, leaking water like a basket.
Yeah, very shaky. Yeah.
Everywhere is compatible. So it's going to be a very tough game for Madrid to win. I see Barcelona winning like 4-2.
Okay, 4-2. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that one there, Ernest. Let's see if we can take one more call before we switch things over to Ovier. Hello, good evening. Welcome to the show.
Good evening, sir.
Yeah.
Sunday, sir.
I wish you the very best. Your name and where you're calling from?
I'm Desmond. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
All right, Desmond from Port Harcourt. Go ahead quickly, please.
Yeah, between the clash with Barcelona and Real Madrid tonight, I'm a Barcelona fan. I really think Barcelona is going to beat Real Madrid. I'm very optimistic about it. We'll win the match.
All right.
And the match between Nigeria and Morocco, and what's the time? What's the Barcelona Real Madrid time tonight, please? I want you to update me.
Yes, we'll update you during the show. Yeah. All right, 0810951091. That is the phone line for the SMS and the WhatsApp. Or to 0701933996 as we get to switch into the second half of the show, where we talk Nigerian football and a lot to be talked about on the show this afternoon.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
Super Eagles, waiting they happen, waiting they share, we want know. Shayna Winch, I been landing, no matter their plan, no, we go still they fly. Where you do?
Stock and Sports Today 95.1 FM as we continue things on the show. I am Ovio Wallace, the sports chef, standing on proceedings or handling proceedings right now. I've still got a big chunk of the guys and the ladies in the studio as Somto Chico Isaac is still here with me or donning the green and white jersey. Yes, I also have my green and white jersey, although maybe it might not be the Super Eagles, but it's still green and white nonetheless. I've got Benjamin Mina as well in the studio, Nelson Odia, and joining us is the beautiful and lovely Blessing Thompson. Blessing, good evening to you.
Good evening to you, Vie. Good evening to the guys in the studio. Good evening to football lovers in Rivers State. It's a pleasure to be here. We saw what the Super Eagles of Nigeria did yesterday, and I mean, everybody's proud of them. You cannot help but be proud for what these boys are doing. And then we look at Eric Shell. he came into the Super Eagles, and lots of supporters of the Super Eagles, they had doubts. Everybody like, where is this man coming from? What can he do? Does he have the pedigree to coach a side like the Super Eagles? But we have seen the man. He has been doing his business, and he has been doing it very well. Kobe, I'm so proud of them. Anyway, sit tight. All this segment of the show is just about Nigeria, and we are here to give you everything you need to know.
Yes, give you everything that you need to know about Nigerian football, the Super Eagles, and the AFCON in general. Yes. As we said, Nigeria, the Super Eagles secured a commanding 2-0 victory over the Algeria, over Desert Foxes. I almost said Desert Foxes again. Over Algeria in the AFCON 2025 quarterfinal on January 10th, 2026. At the start, the Marrakech advanced to the semi-finals with a perfect 5-win record, making them the 6th team in history to achieve this feat in the tournament. Goals came from Victor Osimhen in the 47th minute with a powerful header assisted by Bruno Onyemi. Chianoko Adams in the 57th minute, clinical finishing assisted by Alex Iwobi after Victor Osimhen's layoff. And here's what Coach Finidi George had to say. Sorry, I made a mistake, not Finidi. Finidi can. Eric Chell, yeah. This was what Eric Chell had to say after the match, after the victory against Algeria. Let's take a listen.
Players were very happy, are very happy in the locker room. It was a great game. We played well during this game. And I'm so proud of them. We work a lot. Since I took this job, they deserve this victory, but this is only one game, so if you want to stay ambitious, work again, because we have a big game in a few days, so continue to work.
Super Eagles, waiting they happen, waiting they share, we want no. Shana Winch, I been landing, no matter their plan, no, we go still they fly.
Earl Erisa Guchal also said the team must maintain focus and consistency despite securing that emphatic win over Algeria.
Ambitious is to win every game. When we win the game, we have to stay focused on the next game. Every time this is the same line for me. The NFL, so I do my job. After, if I lose or if I win, but I will be judged. There is a discussion, but you arrive semi-final. The game of your team is good, sometimes very good, but sometimes there is some bad things. But everybody now is curious about the NHL. I'm not in the pitch, this is the play. So I do my job, I try to do.
Man of the match, Victor Osimhen also expressed his gratitude for being named the man of the match and also thanking his teammates.
Just I want to say a very big congratulations to the whole team. The kind of performance they put against a very good team like Algeria, and the kind of quality player they possesses. And for me, I just did my job. I tried to fight for the team. I tried to get goals or assists, and I'm happy both worked with me today. But I don't want to take the glory alone. I think the whole squad deserve the hype, deserve the praise. So I congratulate the whole team for the win.
Super Eagles, waiting they happen, waiting they share, we want no. Shana Winch, I been landing, no matter their plan, no, we go still they fly. Where you do?
All right, Somso, coming over to you now. Let's talk about the dominance in that match. The numbers said it all. Nigeria shots 13 against Algeria 3. Shots on target, Nigeria had 6. Algeria didn't have any possession. Nigeria had a large chunk of that possession. They controlled the game throughout. Then you're looking at Algeria, who failed to register a single shot at goal all match. And two-time Africa Cup of Nations winner, Mohamed Aboutrika, I said Nigeria has no obvious weakness heading into that match against Morocco. What's your take on that performance yesterday, that dominance, and what Mohamed is saying? Is there any truth in that?
You never come to me. Okay.
So you don't start.
Okay. Yeah. In as much as it is surprising to say, but right now, yes, there is no obvious weakness. A lot of people want to point out. Yesterday, I actually pointed out the defense line of Nigeria. And we could see that in times where getting goals was a bit difficult in the first half, at least we still held our own not to go behind against the Algerians, and then getting those quick fire goals in the second half. So we also avoided conceding a goal. That's quite surprising against the Algeria side. But then you can also see that for this Nigeria side, the obvious weakness, even if you're looking at any obvious weakness, a lot of people will still want to, I would say, gaslight Stanley Wabali. But then I don't think I don't think there's any issue with him, at least for now. Where there is no problem for now. Even the defense side, I think this is one of the most complete sides.
Yeah, true.
In terms of play, they've only shown us in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 games. Good and fine, but with those 5 games, this is one of the most complete sides you find. Like, there is, like Abutrika said, there is no weakness. You cannot find a weakness. Going forward, we have 2 of the best strikers in the tournament. Talking about Akwa Adams and Victor Osimhen. In the midfield, you have the best midfielder in the tournament. Talking about Alex Iwobi. In defense line, you still have Semi Ajayi, who is actually not allowing us remember that there is a Benjamin Frederick who did not come to this tournament. There is Bright Osai Samuel, who is not allowing us remember that Olaino did not come to this tournament. There is Bruno Yemichi, who is saving us the law of watching Zaidu Sanusi. He's saving us. He's saving us not to watch Zaidu Sanusi in that team. And I saw a tweet, and the best thing was he has followed everybody who followed a lot of AFCONs, Stephen Kesh's side in 2013. You could have also talked about Kenneth Rowe's sides, even back then to 94 set. But you would watch this side and say, when it comes to rewatch value, when it comes to watching this side and just having rest and peace and enjoying the football, this is one of the sides that are up there. It will be actually painful if this side does not win this AFCON. But then let's not think towards that first. Let's not think towards that. No jinx am. You understand? Maybe still focus on the positives, and let's look at the fact that we're in the semi-final. We're playing against the host nation. We can definitely beat the Morocco side. Like, you can look at this tournament and you'd say, comfortably, hands down, Nigeria are the favorites. The 2 other teams where a lot of people were saying, they might have Cameroon and Ivory Coast, they're out of the tournament. So, I prayed for Egypt to get through yesterday so that they can win the semi-final, so that we can also continue our streak of beating the North African teams, and we'll also get Egypt in the final. You understand? You understand? You don't know where they come from. I try FIFA, so at least more they collect these North African fishes, more they chop them 1-1. So get Morocco, chop them, get Egypt, chop them, carry cup, come house. Let's not get a call for the president. Yeah, president, wait until we win. Call us. President, until we win. Call us.
He's doing his own job now, not calling us actually.
Okay. So I believe the majority of you guys in the studio believe that Nigeria are the title favorites heading into the semi-finals, and it's against Morocco now. I'm looking. Can the Super Eagles cage the Atlas Lions right there in their home? You've seen the crowd turn out for Morocco. In fact, they fill the whole stadium. Every time you see Morocco playing, it's red. You see all through. Anywhere you turn around. Can Super Eagles cage the Atlas Lions in Marrakech there? Morocco have not lost at home in how many years now? That's history, and that still plays a big advantage for the Atlas Lions. What's your take on that, Benjamin?
Well, first, records are meant to be broken. Nigeria haven't won against the Desert Foxes of Algeria since 2016. That happened. I know whether I like it or not, history does play football, or history does, at some points repeat itself. But you want to look at it. I think, like someone said, this team, the Super Eagles team, see, we've for the past 5 games that we've seen them play, we've not seen any loopholes in the team. Yet they concede goals. At some point, it's normal that at some point you have to concede goals. You have to. Yeah, eventually you keep a clean sheet. But when you're playing a high pressing game, there are tendencies that you concede. We've seen Pep Guardiola concede. We've seen Jurgen Klopp in his game pressing days. Get to score 3, concede 2. Get to score 2, concede 1. It's like that on points. Clean sheets were scarce for Liverpool. So when you talk about can they beat Morocco at home, Calvin Bassey have played against Liverpool at Anfield. They say Anfield is the noisiest. He has played against Liverpool at Anfield. Victor Osimhen has played against Liverpool. He has played. These players have played against the biggest teams in world football, and in their stadiums, we've seen fans. Remember when the Super Falcons won the WAFCON? Morocco were at home with all the lasers and what have you. That is enough motivation for you to beat them. See, yeah, I know I didn't play football to the highest point, but I've played football. The ginger we used to have is the fact that beat them at home, so that their fans, as they shout when you score, they'll calm down.
Calm down, true.
That's the ginger you have. And you look at the eyes of these Super Eagles players. See, most of them, they know that after this AFCON, they will more or less be leaving the Super Eagles. How old is Wilfred Ndidi? That man wants to win the AFCON. Victor Osimhen wants to win the AFCON because he didn't go to the World Cup. And he's not sure if he will go to the next World Cup. Injuries, you never can tell. This is football. So these players want to win the World Cup. Eric Chell wants to at least win the Nations Cup. He's been the coach of Mali. Mali lost out in the round of 16, if I'm not quarterfinals, if I'm not mistaken, right? He's bettered it by 1 semi-finals. The man wants to win it. Lots of history are waiting to be written when Nigeria gets to beat the Atlas Lions of Morocco. Morocco have been, we lost some penalties against DR Congo in Morocco, Marrakesh to be precise. But trust me, Nigeria have a day to destiny. We are good at beating the host nation, not in the final, but proud to the finals. We are good at beating them. Age grade competition, our team. The Super Falcons, our team. Super Eagles, our team. So, see, we are here talking about the Super Eagles because of the performance that we've seen them put up. Going into this Nations Cup, I'll tell you that most Nigerians did not even believe in the team because they didn't qualify for the World Cup. They've already given up. And the last time they gave up on the team, we played the final of the Nations Cup. So, this is enough ginger already for the players. They want to win this thing. See, people are the pity for the Super Eagles team, and people in the no call for this Nations Cup. You don't miss out. Because they see, we don't win. Your name no follow. Say you win them. We don't win them. So they have a lot at stake. Yeah, the Moroccans, they've just won the AFCON once when they hosted. That's years ago. So they want to win it in their home soil because they want to consolidate it. See, why we are talking about Morocco is the fact that they put up a good performance at the World Cup, the just concluded World Cup in Qatar. If not, we should be talking about, if we are meeting Morocco, say, Nigeria will be Morocco. But because of that World Cup performance, now let's look at the players that Morocco have got. Take off Hakimi, who is the biggest player in Morocco.
Brahim Diaz.
Okay, yeah, Brahim Diaz plays for Real Madrid. Take off those two. Who's the biggest player?
He's on a it is. I've forgotten his name.
But look at the Nigeria team. We've got 2 former African Player of the Year. Victor Osimhen is arguably the best striker in the continent, by far. He wants to break the record for the most goals scored in the Nigeria national team. He's 3 goals shy from it. So a lot is at stake going into this game. And for me, yesterday we were talking, I say one day, okay, when I'll be anchoring the second part out, if they eventually win this Nations Cup, they are height and shoulders above the 94 set. Trust me. So they would go all out against Morocco. I like the way Nigeria approach games. Even games we fear going into this game, we say this is an attacking side. Maybe Nigeria will sit deep a bit, want to defend it. They are attacking you from the blast of the whistle. And that's one thing. Look at the game against Algeria. You know, the game against Tunisia, we talked about how they started on a strong foot, and at some point they were taking their foot off the pedal. But the game against Algeria, they started with that same intensity and more or less ended with that same intensity. So I think it's going to be attacking against Morocco, and Morocco will have to attack back because they're an attacking side. But one thing is sure, the attack of the Super Eagles will score against any team in this Nations Cup. And that's what we've seen. So I'm very confident that they are going to go past Morocco. What I'm scared about, or I'm skeptical about, is the officiating in that game. We've seen the North Africans, especially Morocco. The game against Cameroon had 2 penalties. Was it given? No. We've seen where the Moroccans get away with tackles that are worth yellow card. So that is what I am scared of, the officiating. But one thing that I'm going to tell the Super Eagles players and the coaching crew, we wouldn't have the luxury of chances like our core Adams have been missing. So treat every chance you have as though it will not come again in the game. Take that chance, put the ball at the back of the net, let us start from square one as if it's 0-0. That's all. But apart from that, we are good to go.
Right now, Blessing, moving over to you now. You're looking at the run they've had, 5 wins in a row, and they've been pouring goals and pouring goals. Let's look at the tactical masterclass Eric Chell has actually, or is cooking up with this squad. The task was to get the Super Eagles to the finals. The man never said that there was a during his post-match press conference after the Algeria game, said the NFF has already set the task, but he's taking it one game at a time. But let's say we do Nigeria does crash out of the semi-final stage. From the masterclass you've seen, or do you even think the man has actually performed the tactical masterclass with the Super Eagles squad? How has he brought, or has he elevated the team individually?
I'm looking at Eric Shell and what he has done in the Super Eagles side. Everybody would obviously say he has done something. Before now, the Super Eagles, let's start from Jose Pesero. The Super Eagles, under Jose Pesero, they were a defensive side. We did not see them come out like this. In the last AFCON, yes, they went to the final, but they did not even score as much goals in the last AFCON as they have been scoring in this particular AFCON. They were a defensive side. And we all know that, in fact, we have all seen it, that the Super Eagles, normally, they are an attacking side. We have great attackers. We have great forwards that can go and win us games. And then we saw under Jose Pesero, we were relaxed, we were defensive. Then we also had Finidi George come in at some time during the World Cup qualifiers, and we saw how woefully we performed in those matches that he was in charge. Some people are even online, they are calling for the sack of Abi, the head of Finidi George. Now we look at Eric Shell. He came into the Super Eagles squad to be the coach and the manager of this side. During the World Cup qualifiers, we saw what he did. He took us close. We were this close to going into the World Cup, apart from that incident against the DR Congo that we had to go into extra time and we lost some penalties. Now we look at the AFCON that we are now in the AFCON with him. We see how the Super Eagles are coming outside. Like I said earlier, the strength of the Super Eagles, the attack. We have the best. We can even say the best attacking lineup, the best forwards in Africa. And Eric Shell has been able to use these forwards to our own benefit. The 5 matches we have played in the AFCON, we have gotten goals and we have won all of them. Yes, you will say our defense is not that strong. Our defense is a little bit shaky. But we can actually excuse that for now. We know that, okay, we don't have Benjamin Frederick. We just lost Trust Ekong, the captain that was there in our defense. We have Olaino on injury. So we can excuse the defense. But our main power, where we have the strengths, Eric Shell has been able to use our strengths to our advantage. I don't even care right now if he does not even win the cup, which is already looking as though the Super Eagles are going that way. Even if he does not win the cup, we should let Eric Shell, the NFF should let Eric Shell stay and build something with this Super Eagles side. We have already seen the process. He has been going there. I'm telling you that most of the fans of the Super Eagles, they have not enjoyed matches like that. Go over social media, listen to people talk about it, and you would know that the Super Eagles are really playing impressive football. They are.
After the game, man, I was like, Nigerians, when I come back.
It's what they do.
But that's what it is, man. It's what it is, going into games like this, being fired up with performances, we've had coaches where, I think Gennett Raw was the only coach that actually played attacking football, and when, what's his name, came in, Jose Pesteri were very defensive. And I keep asking myself, why would you play a defensive game in the final of a tournament? But at the end of the day, he took us to the final, and we lost eventually to the host nation's Cote d'Ivoire. But since then, we've had several coaches come in, Finidi George, at some point we had Austin Iguavoin as interim coach. We've not seen this beautiful football in terms of attacking. But we all know that our strength is attack, even before we had Eric Chell. And that's what we've been crying. I think that's more reason why fans actually called for the termination of what's his name, Genetro's contract. Because the fans felt that we had the arsenal, to actually play attacking football, but we've not been doing that. But under under Eric Chell, we've seen that. We've seen the potential of the team. Indeed, reminds me of Ogenye Onazi when we played that 2013 Nations Cup. Onazi was playing as though he was not the Onazi we used to know. So like I said, a lot is at stake in this competition. Nigeria, before the tournament started, Victor Osimhen said that Nigeria is going all out to win it. They want to fight for every ball. They want to tell Nigerians that they're actually sorry for not grabbing the World Cup ticket or the World Cup playoff, the Intercontinental playoff. This is a way of telling Nigerians sorry. And trust me, history has been written that we didn't qualify for the World Cup for now, that we didn't qualify for the World Cup. But if we get to win the Nations Cup, trust me, Nigerians will even forget that we didn't qualify for the World Cup until the World Cup officially kicks off on our screen. That's when we know that we didn't qualify for the World Cup. But this football that Nigeria, the Super Eagles, are playing now, it should have been beautiful seeing it in the World Cup. Trust me, against bigger oppositions and what have you. But at the same time, Nigerians have never been this confident about the Super Eagles for a while now.
In a long time.
That's the truth. Congratulations to the boys. Congratulations to Eric Chell. I've been saying it here that Nigeria needs a coach that you give the coach 3 to 4 years contract to build the team and give us a playing pattern. We've been struggling over the years to actually find out what pattern we play. Both in the age grade competitions, we don't even have a playing pattern. But when you have a manager that have a philosophy, that philosophy cuts across all age grade competition, because he's the gaffer. he's been employed, and you look at it, maybe he'll call him in and say, or the NFF technical committee could say, let's play attacking football, because that is what and because you have to play attacking football as the age grade competition, so that when the age grade players are graduating gradually into the national team, it becomes easier for them to progress. Not a player that have been taught defensive kind of football all through his life, coming into an attacking setup in the Super Eagles from the under 17, 20, 23, and then you're coming into the Super Eagles, you struggle a bit. But when you are attack minded from the age grade coming into the national team, it becomes easier for you. So Eric Chell, for me, the man should stay regardless. Let him stay. I'm not saying we are not going to win the Nations Cup. Even Morocco will be saying they will win the Nations Cup. But regardless, let the man stay and continue what he has built or what he's building until maybe he wakes up one day and say, I'm tired or want to leave. Or maybe NFF don't want salary and say no one again won't go. If not, come on, the man should stay and give us what we are, more of what we are seeing. This is what we've been asking for.
All right, now moving over to you now, Nelson. There were lots of issues with officiating, at least from the Algerian side. But you look at that game against Algeria, the officiating, was it really cut down the middle? The Algerians said they were meant to be handed a penalty. We saw that by, was it not... the handball by Semi Ajayi. They said they should have had a penalty. They said they were meant to have another one. One of their players was hit on the face. After the match, they said the ref didn't shake the hand the same way he shook the hands of the Nigerian players. So there's just been lots of issues and speculations. But you look at that match. Yes, I know you might want to be biased, but look at that match. Were there some calls, like now we can see on our screens, we can see the pullback by Bruno on Riyad Mahrez. Was that a foul? And was the game really cut down in the middle for you?
Foul, but it was not a yellow card incident. It was not a bad foul. That's one. And even the handball they claimed to have, it was not even inside the box. If you watch the clip, it was outside the box. He made a handball. And in some cases where we watch European matches, I know you will see some different referees, different way they perceive games. That's what you say. I know the Algerians will say that, oh, we have paid the ref. We have not even paid our players bonuses. Now ref won't go pay. So look. Let's not. I'm not saying because I'm in Nigeria. I'm saying the fact that if you look at this match, 0 shot on target. Even if you say you want to command that penalties, you still end 2-1. The one you say that Kevin Bass hits you on the face, it's a contact sport. He won't be there, and you want to guide ball. You want to go past him, and you will not use that to guide you. So there was nothing the Algerians to say that would justify anything, because they do not even put up a fight against the Nigerians. But against the Moroccans now, it's going to be a very, very difficult game, because the fourth wall will be there. What I mean by the fourth wall is the fact that the fans are one. But Benjamin have already cleared my thoughts on that fans, because he said that the likes of Victor Osimhen and the rest of the players are played in bigger stages than the Moroccan team. So I'm safe on that one. But the officiating will be a major problem. I watched the Tanzania game where the Moroccans led 1-0, and there was a push in the box of a Tanzania player, and they could not. He did not give that as a penalty. I was so angry because I wanted Morocco to be out of that tournament at least. But I look at it like, okay, it's their tournament, it's a home-based thing. The referee will be a little bit confused. So I want the CAF president and everybody to manage or choose a very good referee in this kind of competition, because it's going to be a very difficult one for the referee, because he's looking at, should I please the fans or should I please the Nigerians? So what I'm saying in essence is, it's a little bit scary for the officiating, because it's going to be a little bit biased in some extent, because when you're a referee in this kind of situation where if foul happen and you hear the fans maybe shouting at the top of our voice, you say, hey, it's a penalty, let me give it as a penalty, because the fans will not shout like this if it's not a penalty. So I think what the coach will have to do is to play psychological. They should be able to know how to maintain the game in a very good pace for Nigeria. Nigeria is already a good team. I mean, rumors that Only they will not be part of the team because of accumulated yellow cards.
Yeah, we'll talk about that.
Yes, we also have Rafa Nyedika in that team, so we don't have worries actually. But what I want to say in essence is psychological effects will play a very big part in this Morocco game on Wednesday, because the Moroccan side don't want to lose in front of the whole fans, and Nigeria want to win this campaign by all means necessary. So the coach already have a plan book already for himself, but let's see if the players can be able to actualize this dream for him. Akwa Adams should not be missing sitters again. That sitter he missed in the first half was one of the hardest. Like, it was so devastating, like, to see him miss that ball you put on the ground. I know you want to place the ball, but keeper's already out already. Put it on the ground. The second goal, he redeemed himself. But those chances in the first half should be put in the back of the net. Osimhen missed a couple of chances too. Some passes you have to give to Lookman. He puts it on the ground. Put it up, you go to him. So I think this game is going to be more psychological for the players. The players also have already played this kind of terrain before. It's not a new terrain for them. They have played in this kind of noisy environment. I mean, the Nigerian game, how many of our fans were there in the Nigerian game? The Nigerians were everywhere. They were shouting at the top of their voices until Nigeria had to score one and keep them quiet. So that's what's going to happen in this game. Take your chances, score goals. Defense is already clicking enough. Score goals, that's what you want. Score goals. The attacking side of Morocco has Brahim Diaz, has Mekabi, has there's a Liberties man there. I've forgotten his name. So the attacking side is not even that porous as it seems. But your attacking side is like of Akwa Adams, Lookman, and Osimhen. Just pick your chances well and just score goals. That's what we want from the Super Eagles.
All right, Somto, now you're Eric Chell, you're heading into that game against the host nation. For you, what are the key things you think Nigeria must do to beat Morocco?
We know where that suit. We know first where that suit for that first time. Let's even go back to his regular coat. Let's go back to his regular tracksuit and put it on. But that's on the comic relief. Things to avoid. Do not play the game into the hands of the fans. Where what I mean is that you play it out of the Moroccan support. You've seen clear instances where, when you play these kind of games, the first 10 minutes, if you're coming out of the gates, you should not be the ones. I mean, you should be the ones to do that if any team is coming out of the gates, not Morocco, because that just spawns the fan zone. And if peradventure that still happens, because it's football, you can then have a situation where you manage the game properly inside the opening 15-20 minutes, get the sting out of the game. But in essence, what we need is control. It's control. And we've had control in most of the games we've played. When I mean control, is the fact that we are able to dictate the game. We don't allow the game play into the pace of our opponents. Let's have control over the game, stamp our authority over the game. Nelson was talking about some of the chances, missed in the game against Algeria. You could remember Calvin Bassey's attempt cleared off the line, Akwa Adams' one-on-one chance, Victor Osimhen's one-on-one chance, which was tackled by, what's his name? Was it Ben? Okay, Aït-Nouri, not Ben Sebaini. So we had up to like 3 chances in that first half to get ourselves in the goals. But in as much as we had those chances, when we entered into the break, we did not relent. We still came out in the second half hoping to have those chances. So by 9 p.m., in Rabat on Wednesday, I want to see an Eagles team who, for me, can just repeat some of the performances they put up from the group stage to the round of 16 to the quarterfinal, now in the semi-final. I believe this team has what it takes to beat the Moroccan side. I don't think the Moroccan side is a match for this current Eagles team in this tournament too. In this tournament, this Moroccan side is not a match for the Eagles team. But for football, no be all this church they play ball. Now wait till they go play for leg. 9 players go enter pitch play that Wednesday by 9 p.m. So we wait to see what will happen. For me, I believe if we can just have a control over the game, just control game management, smart decisions, wise decisions. I believe if our in-game decisions are good and we get a good control and a foothold over that game, I believe we can see it out over the course of the 90 minutes.
All right, now, Benjamin, now, it's going to be in Marrakech. It's going to be in front of the host nation. We're going to be playing them. And one of the questions that really bothers... in Rabat, sorry. It's going to be in Rabat still. At least it's still Morocco as well. But one of the issues that really bothers me is, can the Super Eagles stay disciplined against Morocco? Especially when you know there might be antics from the North Africans and the rest. Can they keep a balanced head? Wilfred Ndidi is not going to be there. He has already accumulated yellow cards. Yeah, in the quarterfinal.
And the round of 16.
Yeah, so he's not going to be there. Victor Osimhen might be taking the captain armband. That is if he gets to start. But can the Super Eagles stay disciplined in that environment?
Well, a lot is at stake, a lot is going to happen in that game. First is like we said, the North African antics where, every decision of the ref against them, they get to crowd the ref, that's first. Secondly, I was quite happy with the referee that actually that took the responsibility in that game. See, the ref controlled the game. For me, I think he should be the man of the match. He didn't buy into whatever the North Africans were doing. He didn't, and it was spot on. He was spot on. He doesn't even care. You don't even care. You need to look your face, F. So I think that kind of ref should be the referee in that game. But again, like I said, we should expect anything that the Moroccans are going to throw at us. First is the laser. We saw that. We even saw the laser against Algeria. We saw that. So we are definitely going to see that against the host nations. That's one. The crowd, that's number two. And secondly, they are going to get into our heads. And we have players that lose their head in seconds. Victor Osimhen is there. I was very okay with how he carried himself in this game. Possibly they've spoken to him. Stanley Wabal is one of those players where every little thing spark the man up. So I think our players need to be very professional. Very, very professional. Because they are going to get into our heads one way or the other. It's normal where you mistakenly hit someone on the leg, they'll hold their head. They'll call the referee to give you card. You just have to calm down. Sometimes they'll purposely hit you for you to react, so you'll be carded. So we just have to play just like we play against the Algerians. Keep calm. Keep calm. Play as though you are your life depends on this thing. One of the Nigerian the MPFL coaches said, go into the game, commit suicide, and come back alive. So you just have to do your best. Come on, do your best. That same that passion that you've had all through the group stages, the round of 16, the quarterfinals, we want to see that during the game. And that's going to be on the 14th, I think. So we want to see that going into this game. Control your temperament. We have seen it over time with the North Africans, both in their club sides. CAF Champions League, CAF Confederations Cup. We've seen it, so it's nothing new. We have to play with that at the back of our mind, that they're going to get into our heads, their antics, crowd the ref, whatever, concern you. And for Wilfred Ndidi, he has proved to be a prize asset in this tournament. I know there's no like-for-like player. There's no player that could give you exact kinds of or attributes of what the other gives to you. But I believe every player is important. You never can know. You never can tell the player that could be the best player on that day. Who knows, or who would have thought of Alex Iwobi having over 249 passes And Bassi, I've not doubted Bassi's ability to pass the ball, because it's something that we've been seeing in the Premier League, even in his days at Ajax. Though his days at Ajax, he wasn't really solid, but he's been matured since coming to the English Premier League. So I know that we have to come to the game with we have to come to the party with our A game, no form of distraction. For now, the promises, thank God we've not heard about those promises. 1 goal, 1 million, this.
No, there was a promise.
It should stay far. Let the players play. All you need to do is pay them their wages and their allowances, their bonuses, whatever. That is enough motivations for them. Not coming to you. Most of the promises that was done the previous Nations Cup, they've not seen the money. So keep your promises to yourself. Let us play. Let the players play. And we need the necessary support from every person. So we should bear in mind that we are going to play against 11 players plus the fans, 12. If need be, the referee, 13. Yes. So just keep your thing, play the way you've been playing, and you are going to be victorious that day.
All right, Blessing. Now, on Victor Osimhen and the team's performance, Osimhen has 4 goals and 2 assists in 5 games at the AFCON 2025, moving closer to Rashidi Yekini's all-time record of 37 after his header and assist against Algeria. Victor Osimhen has 35 international goals in total. Is this the best version of Osimhen we've seen in Nigerian shirt? And can he break Yekini's record or equal it in this tournament? Now, before I get your thoughts on that, let's see what the man has to say about it.
Not at all. Because personally for me, I said it countless times. I think equal the record or surpass it. I think the late Mr. Rashidi Yekini is the best striker the Super Eagles has ever produced. And for me, I have the likes of Ojo Gallo that have inspired me also to try to do my best for my team, for the Super Eagles. So I think for me, it doesn't take anything away from Yekini as the greatest striker the country has ever produced. I'm just doing my best. And of course, it's amazing to be part of the history of the Super Eagles. So I'm just trying to give me something important for my country. And I think with the help of my teammates, I'm on that part.
Super Eagles, waiting they happen, waiting they share, we want no. Shayna Winch, I been landing, no matter their plan, no, we go still they fly.
All right, Blessing, is this the best version of Victor Osimhen we've seen in the Nigeria Super Eagles jersey? And can he break or equal the record in this tournament? He needs 2 goals, maybe 1 in the semi-final. If they get to the final, 1 more equals the record. He can even add 2 more, and he breaks the record. But what's your take?
Can Osimhen equal the? Can he break? He can definitely break it. He can definitely break the record that has already been set. We have seen Osimhen, even after his the fight with Ademola Lookman on the pitch during the Mozambique game, he still came on and he scored again. We have seen Victor Osimhen rise a lot of times for the Super Eagles. During the World Cup qualifiers, we saw the games that he was not there. They were not good games for the Super Eagles. The Super Eagles, they did not get good results from those games that they played without Victor Osimhen. And then he came back and then he continued firing. Him breaking it is not a big deal. He can go against Morocco and then he gets like 2 goals against Morocco. Then if we move on to the finals of the African Cup of Nations, we can see him getting another goal. It's definitely possible. Because we look at his run, how he has been going in this tournament. We know that he has been scoring goals. He has been getting the goals for us. He has even been getting the assists for us. He definitely can. Get the goal and also break the record that has already been set. Ovie, I just want to add something based on what Benjamin was saying, the antics of the North Africans. the Super Eagles, they really need to have their head in the game. They really need to come in professional. It just reminded me, I think that was WAFCON 2022 or so. The Super Falcons, they also had to play the Moroccan side in the semi-finals. They got 2 red cards in that game. I think South Africa went on to win that tournament. They got 2 red cards. We saw how the Moroccans, they were pushing these girls to their limit, and eventually they succumbed. They got 2 red cards in that game. It went, but they were still strong that it went on to penalty. The penalty shootouts, we saw them using laser lights. Like Benjamin said, they would push you to your limit. This is where I'm going to look at Ndidi not being here, because Ndidi is the calm head of that team. I have to say, he's the calm head of that team. He's the captain that will make everywhere calm. Osibere captain will see me feel vexed, tear person blow for pitch. That is where I'm looking at Ndidi not being there, and I'm like, okay. But professionalism has to come in. Eric Shell has to talk to his boys, calm down. The crowd, the Moroccans, they will come out to cheer. They will come out to bring their voices. We saw them against Cameroon. We saw the crowd. And in as much as Cameroon were not good, the pressure was too much on the Cameroonian side. They felt the pressure as everywhere was shaking. They would come out small against Nigeria. Leave that Nigeria, people would say during the World Cup qualifiers, Nigeria was shambolic. They did not do well. Now they have seen how Nigeria are going. If Nigeria was underrated before, everybody now is looking like Nigeria, like these people would be able to injure. So the Moroccans will come out. They would want to fight. They would want to bring that atmosphere of intensity so that these guys would feel the pressure. A lot of things would happen, and then at the end of the day, the boys, they might look up and they would not even see any green and white shirt on the stands. Before you would picture one person that is putting on the jersey of the Super Eagles, it would be very hard. So they really have to be professional. An ex-Super Eagles player came out that played under Genetro, came out to say, Genetro told them that, and when you see the crowd, who told you they are not cheering for you? Who told you it's only their home, their own boys they are cheering for? Who told you it's only their team they are cheering for? So the Super Eagles, they have to remove the pressure. They have to be professional, stay calm and cool. And I think they will be able to go over the Moroccans on Wednesday.
All right. Somto, for you, who has been the key performance for Nigeria, and who has been your surprise package for the tournament for the Super Eagles? And in the game against Morocco, who do you feel needs to step up?
Everybody has put in a shift, actually, and we've been seeing how rapid of a team effort this has been. Because if you even look at some of the statistics, you would see that the highest scoring team in an Africa Cup of Nations is Ivory Coast in 2008 with 16 goals. This current Super Eagles set have 14 goals. With 3 more goals, they become the highest scoring team ever in an Africa Cup of Nations tournament. So we are seeing that even our highest scorer has 4 goals out of 14. So it shows that it's more of a very, very good collective effort. The biggest performer, you'd obviously talk about the man with the highest goal and assists for the Super Eagles of Nigeria, Ademola Lookman. Although rather being quiet, he has put in a good shift. Victor Osimhen has put in a good shift. Akwa Adams is excelling in his first tournament for the Super Eagles of Nigeria. So permit me, I'm very sorry. This one, I have to share the glory for everybody, because everybody has been fantastic. Everybody has stepped up. When you ask me about the surprise package, it's Alexander Iwobi, because there's no player.
The brand they learn work from her.
Now I be our what do they call him? Mbise De Bruyne for, yeah. So he will be new, yes. Now he will be new. Now for you, this guy has, because Iwobi is always the guy who is getting the stick of things. I can't forget the video he made. Was that in the World Cup playoffs? Yeah. In this same Morocco, he made a video in his hotel room, and that thing caused a serious controversy ahead of the World Cup playoffs against what was that, Gabon. So coming off the end of that and coming to do all of this the way he's playing, I mean, Iwobi is that one player in Super Eagles of Nigeria where, he started off, as a winger, going on into attacking midfield. Now he's excelling as a central midfielder. So Iwobi has legit surprised me in this tournament for the Super Eagles of Nigeria. I have been shocked at how he gets the final passes from midfield to the attackers. That's one of the biggest qualities, because I saw some yesterday. You can legit see that Alex Iwobi has been really involved in most of our goals in this tournament. So for me, that he's one of the standout players. I think what was the last question you asked? Okay, you asked for standout performance, surprise package. Yeah, those are just that's the standout performer for me. Talking about, I can't pin on anybody. I have to go with everybody. And then the surprise package for me has been Alex Iwobi for me for this one. Iwobi, sorry, don't be say De Bruyne.
So for you don't believe there are any players that need to step up in that game against Morocco?
The starting 11.
Starting, yeah.
The starting 11. No. Okay, are you asking from the game against Morocco? From the game against Algeria.
From the game against Algeria.
In the game against Morocco. Yeah. The starting 11 was no one honestly, except Lukman, maybe he could have been more involved, and maybe Lukman, like Nelson talked about Akko Adams finishing, maybe, but the rest of them, Bright Osai Samuel was a rock. And Sami Ajayi, like I said, has made us feel like Benjamin Frederick is not here. Calvin Bassey, I mean, one Moroccan fan that was in the stadium said this guy is not supposed to be a football player, he's supposed to play rugby. And then you also have Bruno Emechi, like those crosses to see, my God, they make me feel like, say, they get Marcelo Ronaldo link up for here. So you check out the midfield. To Rafael Edika will definitely step in for Wilfred Ndidi. Rafael Edika was really good against Uganda when I saw that game. Frank Onyeka, Alex Iwobi. I mean, every player is ready to go. They should just watch what they are feeding the boys in camp. Make their energy no drop for what we see for the last few games. So I mean, everybody is fit and firing. Maybe Lukman, but I mean, he puts in a real shift too. I don't think there's anybody that needs to seriously step up. Just maintain the same way we've been playing from the last few games, and we go there all right.
As someone said before, maybe Zidane didn't come to watch his son play that yesterday.
It's like father like son. His son was fighting after the game. He wants to fight all our players.
Exactly.
Wabali was trying to calm him down. He wants to fight Wabali too. Be like they never tell him. They never tell him Wabali. That was for you. Chief Tansi title. Village people will call for him.
All right, we'll have to head over to pay some bills, and when we come back, the phone lines will be open for you to join in on the conversation. Everything Africa and the Cup of Nations and everything in Nigeria and football. I am with you. What is it today's Sports Live, the marathon edition? I've still got a big chunk of the guys in the studio. Some to Isaac, Nelson Odia, Benjamin Mina, and a Blessing Thompson. We'll go on the short break, and when we come back, time to bring you guys in on the conversation.
Don't let anything stop you from being active. But when a severe headache strikes, I always trust Sudrex Extra. Effective relief for severe headaches, muscle pain, and fever. Sudrex acts fast for pain relief and a non-drowsy effect. Safe and trusted for more than 20 years. Overcome pain and win your day. If symptoms persist after 3 days, consult your doctor.
Wetin you dey find for Sokoto? E don dey your domoto. Unique Company Limited na the ogbonge company wey dey deal on all sizes of quarry products like chippings. For Unique, we no dey do the more you look, the less you see o, because we get standard weigh bridge wey go weigh the quantity wey you want. You confirm am, you pay, you carry your chippings, you go house, everybody's happy. Wetin you dey wait for? Waka go Unique Company Limited wey dey along Obirikwere Airport Road beside Bowen Filling Station now, or you reach them with these numbers
0912 994 7115 0912 994 7115 or 0813 572 3222 0813 572 3222.
95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
And we're back.
Yes, it's still today's Sports After Marathon edition on Today 95.1 FM of your. What is the sports chef still handling proceedings? I've got Blessing Thompson, Somto Chuko, Isaac, Nelson Odia, and Benjamin Mina in the studio with me. And we'll be talking about the Super Eagles and dominating emphatic win over Algeria. 2-0. Algeria had no shots on goal, no shot at all through the first half, and in the second half they managed to get one, but it wasn't on target. Dominated the play all through 90 minutes, advanced to the semi-finals where they take on the host Morocco. And we're asking the questions: can Nigeria do the job against Morocco and head on to the finals, back-to-back finals? And who has been your standout player of the tournament? Alex Iwobi has been performing wonders in that position, and people are wondering what's really happened. Iwobino, sorry. Iwobi. Alex Iwobino has been performing extremely well in the midfield role. There's also Victor Osimhen, who could likely match or break Rashidi Yekini's record. But people are asking, in that match against Morocco, you'll be playing against the 12th man. Can the Super Eagles keep a cool head and win that match? And what are the things they need to do to win that match? 0810 9510 951. For the SMS and the WhatsApp port to 0701 933 9962. Hello, caller. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Yes, this is.
This is Barcelona chairman calling from GRA.
All right, Barcelona chairman, give us your thoughts.
Thank you very much. Nigeria versus Morocco for semi-final. I know it's not go easy for Nigeria. Not go easy for Super Eagles because those people are home advantage you go play. In there like this last match, Algeria is complaining, say the referee favors Nigeria. But that day, if you know favors, the referee when the fee bring, if you be the one who go favor Morocco. Morocco go bring every fights because they be host. They not go like to come off for semi-final. Anyhow, they go like to reach final. Even though say final, anything can happen if you come off for that one. So that match, they suspect say that match it go hard for Nigeria, it go hard for Super Eagles. Because Morocco go play every antis. They go even one about the verse. They feel go make and waiting go make verse. One about go punch somebody or see me go punch somebody. From there they not collect red card. So they go like to play near this where they go. No going to make red card or any penalty fee come out. So that match no go easy for Nigeria. It's a 50-50 match. It's a 50-50 match. But it no go easy for Nigeria. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Barcelona. And the phone lines are still open 0810-951-0951 for the SMS and the WhatsApp port to 0701-933-9962. Super Eagles beating Algeria 2-0 yesterday. What's your take on that match? The Super Eagles really impressed you. Is this the best Super Eagles squad we've seen in a long time? They take on Morocco on Wednesday in Rabat. And you're looking at the home crowd, the home advantage. Could they be, or could the North Africans be playing some antics in that match, maybe with the refereeing decision as you look at the game against Cameroon? They've said it's questionable. Some decisions from the ref were actually questionable. Could we see the same in the game against Nigeria? And how do you expect that match to actually play out? How do Nigeria would beat that? Hello, caller. Good evening.
Yeah, hello.
Yes, this is.
Yeah, this is Richard calling for Port Harcourt.
Give us your thoughts.
The truth is that I'm not part of the group of people that over exaggerate. The Super Eagles have been very lucky. Let me just be quick. Super Eagles have been very lucky in this tournament. They have played average and very poor teams right from the group stage. Mozambique, this is the worst Nigerian team of all time. There was no fight, nothing. So they played a very terrible day outside. So I've not seen them play in a strong team yet before I can properly analyze them. I've been playing weak teams, and these teams have made them look good, and everybody is celebrating. So until they play a team that plays as good as they are or even better, then I can say yes, and they beat them and go ahead and win this tournament, then I can rate them. Because last year we got to the final, the last half of.
Hello? Hello? Okay, looks like that's a drop call situation. Hello, caller. Good afternoon. Good evening, sorry.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Samuel calling from Omokachi.
Samuel, give us your thoughts.
Everybody are talking about the Algerians. See, they were just bad. They don't play well. They are not good. They are the worst team in the tournament. It's just because of the Super Eagles we are just good. It is because of we are too good and we play well. That's why we humble them and make them look ordinary. See, I think it is this Algeria that defeated DR Congo. I'm asking, is it not them that defeated DR Congo?
Yes.
See how good DR Congo is. Algeria defeated them. And because of we ourselves, we are good. Nigeria was too good. We defeated Algeria. And now people are now look at it as if Algeria was not good. No, the Super Eagles were just good. Let's just give them the grab and applaud them with what they did. I'm very happy. Myself, I used to say they will not cross quarter final. The way in fact, I wasn't happy with what Yaro Congo did to them to that playoff. But when I begin to see their performance and what they did on that group stage, I begin to throw my support. Let them even to go ahead to win the tournament. So they are trying. They are doing well. In fact, they will still defeat Morocco.
All right, Samuel, thank you. Hello, caller. Good evening.
Wallace.
Mr. Mike.
Mr. Mike.
Yeah, give us your thoughts.
Nigeria. How can somebody say Nigeria has not played anybody in the tournament that Algeria? I think Algeria says they were even saying that they know football, they know us very well. Mahrez was making out for that match that they know Nigeria very well, they know us very well, they are going to do that. I think the best thing that ever happened to Nigeria right now is the coach. Look at, we never even believe that Nigeria has this kind of talent. Look at the way he has assembled all these players and look at they look like world beaters. I think even FIFA, because of this Nations Cup, they will do justice to.
Hello? Drop call situation there. Mr. Mike, do call back 0810-9510-951 for the SMS and the WhatsApp portal. It's 0701-933-9962. Call the numbers once again, 0810-9510-951 for the SMS and the WhatsApp portal, 0701-933-9962. This week we'll take on Morocco in Rabat on Wednesday. Time is 8 p.m. Yes, and we will be here to cover the games as usual, the coverage of the game, and hopefully.
Not sure.
Okay.
9 p.m. actually.
9 p.m. and hopefully Nigeria does advance to the final, so we can do it once again. 0810-9510-951, 0701-933-996. The caller calling in saying Nigeria haven't played any tough opponents. We've played a weak Algerian side. It's his opinion. It's his opinion. It's opinion.
It's his opinion, but let's look at this Algerian team. I think he's right 100%, 50% and wrong 50% too. So it's 50-50 for him because the Algerian team are the team that defeated DR Congo. Congo that had one of the most fierce defensive lineup we have seen in a long while. They had the hope to maybe go to the semi-finals of the AFCON, and they were bashed by Algeria, 1-0 at the dying minute of extra time. So I'm saying this because I've seen the Algerian team and I've seen that they have very, very good players in that setup. I mean, the likes of the young, I've forgotten his name, is it El Mali? Their names are difficult to pronounce, but they have young players, an upcoming player, and also very, very good talent in the backside of things. Adnori is there, Man City defender, is at the backside of the Algerian team, and Nigeria played them very, very well. So it's not a matter of who the Algerian team are weak or the rest of things. It's a matter of Nigerian played them good football. I mean, 0 shots on targets in the whole game. And you're saying Nigeria played the weak Algerian team. Please, if that is not something if that's not something to make you believe it, I don't think I need to make you believe it again because the Nigerian team want to rectify the errors that did not qualify for the World Cup. And I'm seeing a young Nigerian team that can be able to do it against Morocco if they can keep their cool head, like we have said it before. So let's see if we can prove this caller wrong. It is opinion, but let's see if we can prove this caller wrong by beating Morocco in the semi-finals.
08109510951. That is the phone line for the SMS and the WhatsApp, or to 0701 933 9962.
Considered.
Manchester United have conceded.
They are losing against Brighton in the FA Cup. 1-0.
It's Brighton. It's Brighton. So I don't think I'm really surprised.
To Brighton already.
Yeah. It's not more to Brighton. I think the win they had under Ruben Amorim. I won't really say it kind of shocked me, but yes, it did. It did shock me. So I don't think I'm really surprised they are down a goal, especially with what's going on in the club as well. But Liam Rosenior getting his first win yesterday against Charlton Athletic. It's not really something you want to talk about. They're meant to get the win. Manchester City 10-1 win. I'm sure that one is like a blemish on them. It's really painful not to keep it clean sheet. Bayern Munich have just conceded as well.
1-1 it is.
All right, 08109510951 for the SMS and the WhatsApp port 0701-933-996. The Super Eagles take on Morocco in Rava 9 p.m. on Wednesday. Can they get one over the host, or are we going to lose to host nations in back-to-back tournaments? This time, it's in the semi-final. The last time was in the final, and we're going to be playing the home squad. We're going to be playing against the 12th man, as you'll be saying. The crowd is wild there in Morocco. Can Nigeria maintain discipline? Wilfred Ndidi won't be there, so that's a big blow to the Super Eagles. 0810-9510951. This one from the SMS portal says Nigeria would only beat Morocco. Nigeria would not only beat Morocco, would also win the cup from Kanu. 0810-9510951 for the SMS and the WhatsApp or to 0701-933-9962. Guys, yesterday it wasn't only Nigeria getting a win. We saw Egypt getting one against defending champions Ivory Coast 3-2 to end the Elephants' title reign. And something you said you just like as the North Africans are going, so you can beat them. It's going to be Egypt against Senegal. A very big game. The two former Manchester Liverpool men will be reuniting in Sadio Mane and Mohamed Salah.
2020 finals.
Battle of two former CAF players of the CAF Player of the Year. But before I get your thoughts on that, let me get the score. Hello, caller. Good evening.
Hello, good evening, gentlemen.
Yes, this is.
I greet all of you. I am Prophet Elijah. I'm telling you people, Nigeria is going to win them. Super is going to win. After we are going to return the cup. We are going to celebrate. We are going to give those people 2-1. As I said, that was I'm still with Omichim or Elijah Prophet who put that Nigeria is going to win and we like to win. If it's a prediction, let me tell you now, offer me one thing. We are going to give them 3-1. Bye-bye. God bless all of you in Jesus' name.
Amen. Thank you, Prophet Elijah. Yes. Thank you, Prophet Elijah. Thank you, Prophet Elijah.
1, 3, 2. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Prophet Elijah. 0810-9510951 0701-933-996. I don't really want to give the guys the mic to actually call the game till we approach the game ball. It's Senegal, Egypt at the other side of the bracket. How do you see that game going down, Somto Isaac?
against Egypt against Senegal. The reunion of the Liverpool legends. No, the reunion of the Liverpool foes. Because in as much as they were teammates, there was something to the relationship of Mohamed Salah and Sadio Mane. It wasn't all. We know about these things in football where teammates one outshines the other, and then it all came to a culmination at Burnley. Yeah, that was a game against Burnley where Sadio Mane was flipped. 2021 final, Senegal against Egypt. Senegal managed to win their first ever Africa Cup of Nations with against this Egypt team, and Sadio Mane obviously leading Senegal to glory. Egypt, on the other hand, I feel like it's quite surprising I find them at this stage in the tournament, because against Benin Republic, they struggled. Exactly, they weren't exactly fluid and all. Got the game into extra time and 2 goals in extra time. Against South Africa too, you could also talk about that. And then against Ivory Coast, it was seemingly a blow up for the Ivory Coast side, but then goals here and there made us feel like Ivory Coast could come back into the game. Against the Senegal side, I watched the Senegal team against Mali, who, despite having the advantage, talking about the numerical, having the numerical advantage on the pitch, Senegal could not really make use of their chances and still almost allowed Mali way back into that game. That is going to be the drab game of the semi-finals. I mean, even if let me put on my patriotic hat here. The Senegal and Egypt game, in as much as it looks like that game could have fireworks, that's the drab game of the semi-finals. I feel like the two teams will go out there, and anybody who plays anti-football might get the win at the end of the day. All focus is on Nigeria and Morocco. Leave Senegal and Egypt fair. That those two teams, for me, it's going to be an absolute ball fest for that game. And who do I fancy winning that game? To be honest, it could go either way. Exactly, because for me, first off, Nicholas Jackson has had a spat with his coach, talking about the Diallo. So Nicholas Jackson will not be really starting games for Senegal anymore. He didn't play in the quarterfinal, and he had that spat in the round of 16 with him. So it was a serious case where Nicholas Jackson went down the tunnel. So you can take Chelsea out of the man. You can take him out of Chelsea. You can't take Chelsea out of the man. So even that his hot-headedness has transferred to the national team. So I don't think Jackson will be playing. And then you have this Egypt side who Omar Mamouche finally found back of the net in this quarterfinal game. He's looking like he could get lively. He could go anyway, honestly. He could go anyway. And anybody who gets the win, I mean, you could thank your lucky stars, because you are 90 minutes away from potentially winning the cup.
08109510951 for the SMS and the WhatsApp port to 0701-933-996. The Super Eagles taking on Morocco on Wednesday in Rabat. Can they get a win over the host nation, or will the 12th man play a big game? If you see that stadium, if you look at the crowd, it's really, really wild. Can they shut out the noise and get a victory? The Moroccans, as people have said, have not really been playing impressive football, but who really cares if you're playing impressive football as long as you're getting the win and you're advancing to the next round? I'm sure that's what's on Moroccans. I'm sure that's what's on their mind. Nigeria have been playing good football, but would that be enough to upset the host nation and get them that win to advance them to back-to-back finals in the AFCON? Algeria will be taking on Senegal. I say Algeria. Egypt will be taking on Senegal. Who can get the win in that match? Hello, caller. Good evening. Hello. Good evening. Yes, hello, please. Who is this? Please raise.
Yeah, this is Richard. I called back.
All right, give us your thought.
Alright, yeah, what I was trying to say, you understand? Nigeria, I'm actually impressed by the way we are playing in this competition, but I think it is overhyped. We played a DR Congo team that is ranked 11 in Africa, Burkina Faso. As in, I'm talking about Algeria. The Algeria team you are talking about have played low-ranking African teams. You understand? So that's a washed What and if someone said they have a good team, I don't understand. At Nori and Mare, Washed Mares, there's no other person in that team. There's even a
Hello, Richard. We lost the call there once again. Please do try to call back. We've still got ample time for you to call in and share your thoughts. 08109510951. The SMS and the WhatsApp port to 0701-933-9962. Super Eagles take on Morocco on Wednesday. Hurisi taking that to win. Can they play around the North Africans' antics? That's if there are going to be any antics in that match. How can we look at the refereeing? As I said, it's been really, really inconsistent in the AFCON 2025. How is that going to play in the Nigerian game? And or Egypt will be taking on Senegal. Some are looking at that is not the main event. Yes, everyone knows that's not the main event, but whoever still wins that match is still going to be playing the winner of the main event, as they say. Is it going to be Egypt or is it going to be Senegal? The two Liverpool stars, former Liverpool stars, take on each other. While in the main event, it's going to be the current African best against its former African best. Yeah. We'll see how they both play each other. But you're looking at that game now. Who are the key players for Morocco that should actually be looking at Benjamin?
Well, you could be looking at their captain, the captain of the side, Hakimi. Definitely, the man pose threats from set pieces, dead ball situations, and you know how good the man is in terms of his cross and playing abilities. So definitely, the man is going to be the danger man. Then the striker of the side, what's his name now? Forgotten. Oh, is it? Ekabi. So I think these are people that ordinarily they could actually, take the bull by the horn and, but again, the Algerians play collective football, dangerous side. We've seen them attack, but the Moroccans, sorry, I don't think they are special. With all due respect to them, I don't think they are, I don't think they play a kind of or they have they don't have any weakness. Well, I think their defense is majorly a big issue for them. Well, the likes of what's his name now? I keep forgetting their names, but I think the Mazraoui, that a footballer. Mazraoui, that one no be footballer. Yeah, I think these are players that could take the game by storm. It's no news. We've seen them play. Brahim Diaz is one of those players that, he's shown since he switched his allegiance to Morocco. The man has been very instrumental. 5 goals in the tournament, highest goal scorer currently in the tournament. So these are players that are good. He has been scoring I think he has scored in all games. Yeah, he has scored in all games, 5 of 5. So it shows how the man is good. And for Hakimi coming back from injury, the man does not look as though he's just coming back from injury. The man have the few games that he has played, he has had, a couple of impacts in the game. So they play collective football. But at the end of the day, we should watch out for the likes of Brahim Diaz, quite an intelligent footballer, a very tricky customer, and then Hakimi, dead ball situations. We should be very, very careful about the way we get to, go about the business of the day come Wednesday. But at the end of the day, Brahim Diaz is the most dangerous player in the team.
All right, let's see if we can take one more call. The message 0810-951-0951. For the SMS and the WhatsApp portal, it is 0701-933-9962. As we'll soon be packing our bags and leaving the studio soon. 0810-951-0951 for the SMS and the WhatsApp portal. It is 0701-933-9962.
Ataribo make you tell me where you do. Ayobo make you tell me where you do. Papilo make you tell me where you do. Erike Jofo make you tell me where you do. Walele.
All right, that brings the end of the segment of today's Sports Live, the Marathon edition. We'll be back tomorrow morning for Sports Attack. You can call it your Sports for Breakfast, where we'll give you all what's happening in the world of sports. Well, till then, my name is Ovio Wallace. You can call me the sports chef. I did the show with Benjamin Mina, Nelson Odia, Sumto Isaac, and Blessing Thompson. The beautiful and lovely Queen Chima already in the studio, ready to give you guys the news updates at 6. So stay safe, stay locked in, and keep on listening to Today 95.1 FM. Don't go anywhere. Bye-bye.
Talk radio.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
What's a successful business without sales? And what is sales without an audience? Well, do you know that you can reach 8 million listeners across 6 states in 2 geopolitical zones all at once? How? With Today 95.1 FM, you can get millions of people to know about your business. And what does that mean to you? More sales. Call 081 389 2850 now for more information.
Ignite the fire. Unleash the power of God for your life in 2026 at the Ignite the fire. Unleash the power of God for your life in 2026 at the King's Assembly with Ignite. 7 days of prayer, worship, miracles, and healing. Ministering Pastor Shola Oshumakinde, Pastor Chingtok Ishako, Pastor Jeffrey Ionawa, and your hosts pastors, Pastor Chris and Pastor Yemisi Ugo. Music by Dunsi Oyeka, Mr. M and Revelation, GUC, and your host choir. New song. Date Monday 12th to Sunday 18th January 2026. Time Monday to Friday by 5 p.m. and Sunday 7 a.m., 9 a.m. and 11 a.m. Venue is the King's Assembly, 58 Tomia Extension, GRA Phase 3 Port Harcourt, and number 1 Stadium Road, Port Harcourt. You can join us online at TKA Community. For more info, visit thekingsassembly.org.